Namaskara, Vanakkam India. How are you all doing, folks? Are you all excited as we kick off the well, 3 days of DevFest India packed with learnings and loads of fun. Here we are today with a special occasion to make you all smile, bring you all together and share, learn and grow collectively. It's my pleasure to introduce myself. I'm Priya from Hubli, Karnataka. I'm a Women Techmakers Ambassador and the co-organizer of GDG Hubli. And I'm so excited to be here. Meanwhile, I stay pumped up with DevFest India. How about you, Usha?
Thanks, Priya. Hi, everybody. Namaste from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. I'm Usha Ramani, co-organizer of Google Developer Groups and Women Tech Makers Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. It's indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to India's biggest and the most happening developers conference, DevFest India 2020. We hope you're all safe and are tuning in from the comfort of your homes. We have a packed schedule for 3 days starting now, so stay tuned.
First things first, this is the first time that Google Developer Groups across India, around more than 50, have come together to make this happen. I don't want to say this has been easy, as this has been very challenging, but we are so glad to reach here and make it happen. On the way, we have made so many new friends from far-off cities, some of which we haven't even visited, and some whom we have never even met. I felt like fortune smiled on us.
Yes, we would love to know from which city you folks are logging in from. Which city are you logging in from? Why don't you head on to Slido, www.slido.com, and enter this event code 53640. Select your answer here and let's see which city has more attendees at this minute. What do you think, Priya? What do you think, how many people are logging in from which city?
There are so many people coming from New Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Jaipur. Oh my God, we have a very huge audience right now.
Wow, that's so exciting. Really cool, isn't it, to be pooled for DevFest India with so many people online. This is going to be one of its kind. Okay, going ahead, did you know that GDG, also known as Google Developer Groups, are not only present in Hubli and Vizag, but they are present in 38 cities in India, from Srinagar to Chennai and from Ahmedabad to Siliguri, pretty much covering the length and breadth of the country.
Not only that, around 1,000 such chapters are present across the globe. And in a way, it's a very big family. And DevFest is our annual celebration. So while we have a grand event happening in India, many such events are also happening across the globe. Here's a video from Google Developers team welcoming you all to DevFest and talking a bit about what our GDG family has been doing over the years.
Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Now, 2020 has been a year of radical change for people across the globe. But when difficult times came about, developers within this community came together online to plan a virtual DevFest where each local chapter could participate, helping each other teach and learn when we need to connect the most. And these connections can be so important. I can remember the first developer conferences I went to, where I met people who were already doing the kinds of things I dreamed of doing. They had started companies, built products, and I got to hear the stories of what had worked and what had gone wrong. And we hope that all of you will get to have similar experiences at DevFest this year. At Google, we've always believed that we are only successful when all of our users are successful. While Google and its products may plant a seed, it's developers like yourself who make the seeds grow and thrive. This community of developers has shown us firsthand how you're using technology to help each other during times of need. Let me introduce you to my teammate David to share with you some great examples. Welcome, David.
Hi, Jason. Thank you. And welcome everybody to this year's DevFest season. I'm David McLaughlin, Director of Developer Ecosystems at Google. So I've been with DevFest since the very first year in 2010, when I was able to join a large percentage of them. Back then, they were a series of targeted events in just a handful of countries. In the years since then, we've had massive growth to countries all over the world. While I really do miss being able to join many of you in person this year, I'm happy to be able to continue the celebration of developers and tech in a new virtual format and bring people together to learn and to share what we're all building. Over the years, it's been great to see the apps and the solutions the broader community has built with the support of their local GDG chapters. We now have thousands and thousands of developers who are working to address real-world problems in their local communities. Particularly during the challenging times of COVID, I'm impressed by how much your work has made people's lives better. There's a few recent examples that truly stand out to me. Community developers from GDG West Sweden recently worked with the Swedish government to create Hack the Crisis, an event focused on designing, testing, and executing ideas in response to recent challenges. One of the finalists, named Remote and Gigs, helped modernize the Swedish government's employment website to match job seekers with remote work. Nearby in Romania, GDG groups organized a hackathon, gathering 270 different mentors and students from across 8 different countries. The hackathon brought together developers to save lives, to save communities, and to save businesses. Some of the winners included an online platform that connected volunteers with nonprofits across the region, a system to help doctors work with each other and to ease online consultations, and a personal assistant for health and nutrition tracking. Another cool app that they developed was Risk Alert, an app that alerts emergency rooms that a patient with a very rare disease is about to arrive, so that the hospital can prepare for any special needs. In Asia, GDG Tainan initiated the Mask Inventory Map at the start of COVID-19, which crowdsources mask inventory from local store data, combining it with the Google Maps API. The project was so popular that it caught the attention of Taiwan's government, inspiring them to publish public data APIs on mask inventory, managed by the government. Taiwan's digital minister has since encouraged the GDG Tainan chapter to create more than 100 different apps to help the local community. In India, GDG Cloud Pune used machine learning with TensorFlow and GCP to help their community with an app that remotely analyzes dental health and helps patients book at-home dental services. They've had over 300 trained images so far, and the developer community is working with local universities to gather more than 50,000 dental images to improve the application. In the Middle East, the region's largest International Women's Day event was held in April in Turkey by multiple GDG groups working together. They had over 2,500 attendees to the event, which included a raffle for online courses and talks in artificial intelligence and data mining. The event helped women across the community and across the region learn and apply their skills. And of course, here in the United States, the GDG Memphis chapter has joined GiveCamp, where software developers in the area donate their skills for nonprofits, as well as helping kids learn to code on the weekends. These are just a small sample of the ways that Google Developer Group chapters and communities like yours all over the world are learning together and giving back what they've learned to really help people's lives everywhere be better. I encourage all of you to continue, be in community with your fellow developers. Think about how can you use the skills and the tech that you're learning this weekend at DevFests, as well as the networks and the communities that you form, the new friends that you make. How do you combine all of these to make a difference in your own area? Now let's take a look at a really inspiring story from Uganda. It shows how a community member started learning about machine learning and ended up building a really nifty app using TensorFlow that detects diseases in plants and helps farmers reduce crop devastation. Take a look.
Growing up in the city, I never expected to work in agriculture. But when fall armyworm attacked, it affected us all. Since its arrival in 2016, this crop pest has caused massive devastation. I've met farmers who have lost everything.
Tubadde tukozesako ddagala okulaba nti akako kulya ki kasooli naye akantu ako tekayinza kumalawo obulwadde obwo ssebo.
So I wanted to use my skills as a software developer to help. At a Google Study Jam, we taught ourselves TensorFlow. We started by building an Android app on top of an open source API. The app allows farmers to spot infestations early, far beyond the capability of human eyes, and suggest an effective treatment. When I was younger, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but then I discovered app development, and I was excited to show people something they never thought possible. Machine learning gives us the advantage against fall armyworm, ultimately saving harvests and reducing pesticides.
Kunkyusizaamu kubanga taata oba jjajja teyali n'ennyumba y'ebbaati. N'ebbaati nazimba ennyumba yange nga tetoonya. Tulina essuubi ne tufuna embeera ennungi mu kulima.
We are just getting started, and there are so many other sectors like health and education that machine learning could really improve. Farming is a crucial aspect of life in Uganda, and I feel proud I'm part of a team driving to ensure our culture can continue.
That was really inspiring and amazing. While we stay united here for these 3 days, we should not forget we are together in this hard time of pandemic too. I was really shattered as the situation is challenging us in ways we could have never imagined, from unprecedented amounts of family time to homeschooling to working remotely or not working at all. The way we think of COVID as a difficult time, we should remember it will not be this way forever. This is a difficult time, but then again, it's just that a time. Talking about COVID, how has your life been during COVID, Usha?
Honestly, life has been confusing. But that's the new normal, I must say. Who knows? 80-year-olds will be totally comfortable doing video calls. Families will adopt buying vegetables online rather than negotiating with street hawkers. Or school teachers will teach toddlers multiplication and addition on the phone. And masks will be a permanent fixture in our clothing. But one thing is sure. As a professional in technology, this has brought an immense pride in the fact that tech has helped so much in the pandemic, be it connecting with loved ones or getting things done.
Couldn't have said it better, Usha. So aptly summarized. We are all working and studying from home powered by technology. And our DevFest this year is to help the next generation of developers learn new skills that can motivate and help them build solutions for a better world tomorrow. We might be away from each other, but we are here together because we are passionate about technology, both as a creator and consumer. And there stands DevFest India's tagline, separated by distance, united by passion.
Yes, this DevFest, you can be an artist too. I love art and get obsessed over minute details of a painting for hours. Likewise, I lose myself for hours on end while crafting intricate experiences for my clients. Coding great apps and writing drool-worthy programs is an art, isn't it? Priya, what do you think about it? Did you try any art during this pandemic?
Can't agree more on this. I have, likely followed the lockdown trend starting from Dalgona coffee to having workout thoughts to 100 days of code challenge and whatnot.
I had signed up for the challenge too, though fumbled midway, plan to restart in it. But it is truly inspiring to see people cheer for you with retweets from across the world. I'm proud, however, of having completed a few books actually, thanks to Audible, that I have kept aside for quite a long time. I'm sure most of us have got time to engage in activities that delight us from within. What do you say?
The lockdown actually seemed too monotonous for me with, just Dalgona coffee, Ludo King, and Uno until DevFest came into picture and I couldn't have asked for more. Moving ahead, apart from this, I'm really thankful to all the GDG communities who have been conducting regular tech talks, hands-on sessions, IAM market sessions, and whatnot. Trust me, come use these days, and I guess you wouldn't deny at any point on this.
Oh, yes. Being part of the community has really helped me immensely. Alongside doing courses and working in silos, it's been a very positive experience to connect with people virtually. I have to say this, the GDG WTM community has been truly buzzing despite the lockdown. Every chapter has been doing some event or the other to inspire and motivate the community. They stood up and, they were there for each other, and it's a great opportunity to go virtual. I was thoroughly engaged either in organizing or in participating in many of the virtual events that were conducted by the Google community. Starting with IWD India 2020, Web Dev Live, then there was DSC OMG. We also had Google Cloud Next, 11 weeks of Android. They had great formats and saw a lot of people from across the country. It was really heartening. A big shout out to the Google Developer Relations team actually for inspiring all the organizers and stakeholders to stay focused, motivated, and in good spirits.
And I can tell you, seeing others cope and handle the situation with ease, merely being part of such conversations really brought a lot of hope in many of us. What about you? New or have built anything new in this lockdown or hard time of pandemic?
Shall we do a Slido again? Please head on to www.slido.com and put this access code 53640 there. This is the answer to the question. Did you learn anything new or build anything new? We have a lot of answers coming in. Yes, guys, head on and please share what you have been doing during this pandemic. Oh, there have been Flutter, web development. Android development, machine learning.
So many responses as of now.
Exactly. We have so many React, Python, so many more. Great. Thank you so much for all this response. Truly overwhelmed. Moving on, We will reveal more about what you can expect from DevFest and what we expect from you. But before that, we would like to welcome three amazing community leaders, Lakshya, Nikita, and Saurabh from Google, to share a few words.
Thank you so much, Usha and Priya. I'm Lakshya Shivram-Krishna, and I have with me Nikita and Saurabh. Hi, Nikita. Hi, Saurabh. Well, looks like we have a packed crowd today. Thank you for tuning up in such huge numbers, and we are so delighted to be here. What do you think, Nikita and Saurabh?
Absolutely. It has been one of the most anticipated days for me this year. Super excited to join all of you today.
Same here. Super delighted to see this coming through this year. DevFest is super special this time for everyone and for many reasons.
Yep. What a difficult year it has been for everyone. But for some, this has been more difficult than the rest. So we need to keep them in mind while we try and make their lives slightly better in whatever way possible. Our thoughts go to our medical fraternity, our researchers, and all essential workers across the globe.
Speaking of help, Google developer groups have been immensely helpful and busy this year. All of them have been super active in their chat forums like Telegram, Slack, etc. post-February. Some of them have been active through virtual meetups, doing events every month online.
And in fact, we also witnessed some of the biggest and most well-planned events by the communities. Be it then tech-focused events like Web Dev Live India and TFUG India Summit, of course, or community-focused events like DSCOMG and International Women's Day.
Tell me about the International Women's Day experience. It's probably one of the best things that happened to many of us this year. Also, not just GDGs, many developer communities have continued to be there for their members and developers alike. I spoke at PyCon very recently, and wow, what an amazing conference it was. I've also been part of conferences like Women Who Code Connect and Women in Data Science Conference, and the experience has been similar. Of course, it's not the same as it's in person, but there's only little we can do about that.
Lakshya, let's get back to DevFest.
Yeah, and DevFest, what fun it was last year. In Delhi, there were 8 tracks and close to 1,500 people in person.
Yeah, and wearing their ARP-style Maybe developer caps.
Yeah, and Bangalore had 2 days and 2 different venues for more than 2,000 people. DevFest happened in 30 plus cities last year. At each place, there were at least 200 people joining the event.
Wow. And with social distancing being the new norm, can you even think of 1,500 people being together at the same time anywhere now or in the foreseeable future? Well, I can't even imagine. And just an image of 1,500 plus people don't even come to mind today. How quickly things change.
As they say, change is the only constant. Best you can do is change with change. And hence, the organizers have made space for everyone. Be it be 500 people, 5 lakh or 1,500 people. You can now watch the event live from your mobiles, desktops, or your browsers and tablets.
All the GDG communities in India have come together to organize Joint DevFest. That's a very big thing for me personally. Collaborating virtually across 50 communities is a massive task.
Yeah, absolutely. And the response have been so amazing. 35,000 plus registrations across all experience levels, all skill levels, all technology levels. It's true that bad times unite us and bad times bring us together, closer. So it feels good to be in the company of these amazing community leaders and experts who are making this happen. More power to you all, and milke chewenge Asman.
Thanks, Lakshya. I've got goosebumps too. When the organizers started planning the event 2 months back, we had shared a critical insight with them. In the world full of Netflix and YouTube videos, where there are so many choices to make and spend time on, people don't prefer to watch for long hours.
Unless it's IPL, okay? So the organizers decided to make some sacrifices, of course, on how to structure this year. Usually, as you all know, DevFest happened over a day for multiple tracks across 7 to 8 hours. But they changed the approach to make it 3 days, have each track just one day each day, so that there are super crisp and interesting talks. And whosoever is interested in web just need to dedicate 1 hour per day to follow DevFest. And same is the case for mobile, for cloud, ML, or Flutter.
Yeah, that's right. Another challenge was to figure out how to add some more content to the wide open web, which is original and helpful. That's why the decision was taken to give as much practical, hands-on, workshop-like content during DevFest rather than talks. Talks are not bad, but the organizers wanted to experiment with this different way of learning. And that's how you will see DevFest this year. A lot of content to learn on building a new web app or a mobile app or a machine learning model or deploying your code on cloud.
And all of this hard work was to make sure you learn meaningfully at the end of 3 days of DevFest. This helps you become a better developer and more successful. I hope you all enjoy DevFest, learn a lot, and have loads of fun. We are going to do it too.
All right, how about all of us say together, let the DevFest begin. So on my count of three, 3, 2, 1. Let the DevFest begin.
Let the DevFest begin.
Thank you, Lakshya, Nikita, and Saurabh. It's difficult to match Saurabh's energy, but we will try. DevFest has indeed started, but we want to talk to you about two things. One, our expectations from you, and second, your expectations from us.
We just have a few expectations from you. 1. Be nice, respectful, and constructive while interacting on the YouTube live chat or social media. Do not post anything if there is any adult content, rude, or offensive statements. Do not advertise or promote anything. Do not spam. Harassment of any kind is not tolerated in this event. And failing to this code, you will be blocked from interacting on the chat. Report to devfestindia@gmail.com if you find or see anything inappropriate. Again, come prepared. The prerequisites have been mailed to you and are also available in the website. And lastly, be an active listener. Mostly, the content is in the workshop format, so please listen carefully rather than chatting on the thread too much. Feel free to follow along on your laptop and desktop as well. It'll be really useful.
Now, what you can expect from this DevFest? Flutter, and we have around 26 amazing speakers.
So we have about 5 tracks: machine learning, mobile, cloud, web, and Flutter. And we have around 26 amazing speakers lined up for you. Each track spans for 1 hour per day, and it's incremental every day. So first day, it's more for beginners. Second day, slightly more advanced. And the last day is more for experts. The content is recorded. So we couldn't trust the fluctuating electricity and internet speed in our homes, actually, which might give a terrible experience for you. So there is no live Q&A, but the speakers are online and they will answer even more questions now because they are there directly. They will answer directly on the chat. If you have any questions, please use the YouTube live chat feature to ask questions.
Wait, Pankaj, am I?
Wow, a great lineup, isn't it? Now, there's a universal question in everyone's mind. The event is virtual and amazing content is being delivered. But what about the swags? DevFest is not complete without swags, isn't it? But this time, it's not free. You have to earn it. by actively listening and engaging with the content. Yes, friends, here's how you can win cool t-shirts, mugs, stickers, and some special prizes too. After every session, you'll be given a Google Form link on the screen. This will comprise of 10 questions from the sessions, which have been curated by the speakers themselves. All you have to do is open the link, answer the questions, and submit it. Please make sure that your logging email ID is the same ID with which you have registered. The top 20 attendees who get the maximum marks will stand to get lovely swags. Now, Priya, I think we lost Priya. Do you know there is a coveted prize over here?
Now what's that? Special prize, is it?
So in each questionnaire, there is one descriptive question. Attendees are expected to write descriptive answers to such questions. And if your answer satisfies our speakers, you will stand to win, guess what? A Google Home Mini. There are about 15 minis to be won, guys. So it pays to be attentive at DevFest, isn't it?
Wow, that sounds really great. All right, let's head on to our first session. I feel in the coming days, machines are going to rule the world. Well, I already feel this whenever my system asks me to verify if I'm a robot or not. Well, jokes apart, without further ado, let me introduce you to the first track of the day, which is machine learning. It will unfold before you for the next 2 minutes. While others think ML is a miracle, I believe it is just a stochastic gradient descent. While we have amazing topics queued up for you, our first topic on ML is to learn to build an end-to-end predictive modeling pipeline, which will be presented to you by the author, Jane.
Shweta is the GDE, Google Developer Expert for Machine Learning, and an AI ML mentor at Springboard. She's a data scientist at Jupyter. And Savvy is the WTM ambassador of Indore. She used to be a data scientist and has experience working in various domains. She's currently the CEO and founder of Kofiato, which is a hardware intelligence firm. Welcome, ladies. Over to you, Shweta and Savvy.
Hello everyone, I'm Savvy Jain from Indore. I am founder and CEO of Kofiato, and I'm also WTM and GDG organizer from Indore. Let me just quickly introduce my co-speaker Shweta. Hey Shweta, we would be taking a session on building an end-to-end pipeline for a predictor model. This is going to be a beginner level model. This is going to be a beginner level session. Let me just start with the slides. And for you all to go hands-on with the slide, with the collab, you can directly go to the link as mentioned. And yeah, that's it. First of all, we need to know what all are the steps in the predictive modeling. So initially, we need to, whenever we have the data, we need to understand what your domain is all about. So if understanding the domain, after that, you take all your data, you put it in a data analyzer, you understand all the data analysis, you do all the data analysis on the part of it, then you take it, then you take your understood data to data wrangling, where you do a lot of munching on the data, take all the data to understand and make visualizations out of it. And from the visualizations, we actually go for feature engineering, selection of models, and then actually doing the modeling and the prediction part. So let's start with understanding the domain. Whichever domain you are, whichever model you are building, you need to understand the domain. You have to understand the domain knowledge of it. As in, you need to understand the nuances of that data, and you need to understand, for example, if you have, say you are referring to healthcare and medicine data, you need to understand the genetics, biomedicine, whatever terminology are being used. Or if you are in, say, finance data, finance type of domain data you're working, you need to understand what credit and debit means in order to make actual derivations out of that data. There are different kinds of domains, even more than the slides, even more than the data that we have mentioned here. They can be e-commerce, or like you can have a recommendation engine problem using an e-commerce system. You can have a service request using telecom. You can have fintech data, insurance. You can make self-driving cars, robotics, etc. So understanding the domain is of utmost importance. Let's understand the types of data type, like the data types that we have. There are majorly two types of data, that is structured data and unstructured data. So if you have a specific, if you do not have any specific form to your data, then it becomes an unstructured data. So generally, audio type of data, audio, video, or images are unstructured type of data, where you do not have a tabular or a file format view for your data. When you have a like tabular or a file format view of data, then it becomes a structured data. So in structured data, we have ordinal, numerical, categorical types of data. And like if you are considering Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so these are different values, but then they do not have any ranks. So these can be considered as categorical data, as days of the week or months of the year. These are categorical. If you have specific numerical values, then they are numerical data. It divides into two types of data, that is continuous data or discrete data. For example, if you want to predict the petrol prices or gold prices, then it becomes continuous data, as in you never know, like it is not going to be a specific category. So it is going to be continuous data. Or if you are predicting like say first, second, third rank, so the ranks have values, like first rank is of higher importance than a second rank. So that type of data is considered to be ordinal data. So let's move on to the Colab, please. Okay, so what we are trying to show with the Colab here is we are trying to use the use case of prediction of each trip duration. The data is initially taken from NYC Taxi and Limousine Commission, it is TLC, and we are referring to this Colab to actually predict the trip duration of if a person takes a trip, then what is going to be his trip duration. Initially importing the important packages. We have mentioned the instructions for how you can use this data on your machine as well. So like following the instructions, you'll be able to like mount the data and start using it. We have like two files here. One will be train data set and test data set. Training is the data set. Train data set is the data that goes into your model for prediction. And test data set is where that is a real world data set where you predict and see your metric for like calculation, like metric of your prediction. We basically read the train and the test data set. Let's do the like introduction to the data set. So here we try to understand what we have like in the data set. So all the columns, initially printing the 5 rows as we do. So we do have all these columns and this data set with us. What is the shape of the data set? Understanding the shape is saying how many rows and columns we have. So we here have 625,134 rows of data and 9 columns. And similarly, so we have 11 columns with the like train data set and 9 columns with the test data set. So understanding the columns that we have in the data set, we have vendor ID, which is like you need to know what each feature or what each attribute understands. So ID is not relevant because it is for unique visitor, but that does not have anything to do with the model. So later on we'll see how we like operate on the columns. Vendor ID is something that a person like the cab vendor ID. So in our data set we have 2 vendor IDs, like 1 and 2. pick up and drop off date time, pick up like passenger count is number of people in the like in the actual cab. Latitude, longitudes, we have pick up and drop off locations, we have store and forward flag, and trip duration time. So understanding the information, we use train.info, which gives a basic information of the types of data that we have used. So mostly we have date time and numerical kind of data, and one store and forward flag we have object type of data. So what we do here is we optimize the memory usage. So by actually reading the data into a specific formats of data, we can improve the memory optimization. So initially we had 122 MB of data, which we have optimized to a 75 MB data. Understanding what the description of data looks like what is the spread of data or description. Let's move back to the slides, please. Let's understand what the data looks like. So for analysis of data, we need to understand what the spread of the data is, that is distribution of data. So what we cover in it is like percentile distribution, the outliers, like if we consider salaries of people, there might be people who earn extremely well, but there might be an average scale of population which earns a decent amount of money. So considering or we consider a person earns say 40,000 rupees a month, and the general employee population of that company earns say 20,000 to 80,000, but there might be CXO level or manager level people who earn maybe say a lot of money, but that does not fall into the the statistical distribution. So that is considered to be an outlier. We perform the exploratory data analysis, we understand the frequency distribution, percentile distribution, we identify the missing values, find out the mean, median, shape, and every the variable or the columns in the data. Let's move to the Colab, please. Understanding what the distribution and analysis of the data is, we do describe command. By using this, we understand that all the we try to find out the mean, standard deviation, the percentile distribution of data, the minimum, maximum values. So let's do that column by column. For example, vendor ID, we have maximum 2 vendor IDs, like a second value and the first value. So by that we understand that there are 2 different types of vendors in our system. For the passenger count, we have a minimum of 0 passenger and 9 passengers at maximum in a specific cab or a trip. The pickup and the drop off latitudes and longitudes, we have the value as 40.73 to minus 73.93. So considering the New York area, we have people comparing it with the New York's latitudes and longitudes, we have people who are making outstation trips as well. So some more data wrangling on it to get the actual distribution of what latitudes and longitudes are for New York area. Also, we understand that if we have see the trip duration, we have the minimum trip duration as 1 second and maximum trip duration to a 6-digit number. But we all understand that a trip cannot be of 1 second or approximately 980 hours. So we need to trip down that data as well. Similarly, the distribution of the test data set is there. Let's move back to the slide, please. Let's understand what now we have to actually perform the data wrangling, the data munging part of it. Raw data cannot be directly fed into the model, so we perform a lot of operations like data cleaning, data normalization, What data cleaning means, we have some weird values like removing outliers, removing the columns, like we have ID in our data set. So that is not going to help the data to predict anything. It like roll number 125 and roll number 126 person, it is different in identity, but to the model, it is not relevant for different kinds of people. So similarly, it goes for ID. So we remove those parts, we remove that feature. Normalization, it may, for example, there might be different ranges of values for different columns. For example, salary, it is generally a like 4-digit, 5-digit, 6-digit figure, and age is generally a single digit or a 2-digit figure. But both of these, the machine might not understand what. Like a machine might understand a 50-year-old and a 50,000 rupees salary model, both are numbers, but value than a 50 number. So we need to like normalize the data to a specific range for all the columns that we cover in normalization. We fill up the missing values if we have any. We remove the duplicates for if for example, there is a power shortage in my space, and 10 different people from my building, they call up the electricity board and say that there is a power shortage, but actually there is like power shortage of one single area, but 10 different requests are registered. So these kind of things, they need to be cleared from the data. This is the duplicate data, treating outliers. We have to actually like separate the outliers or outlier values from the data. Let's move to the Colab, please. Let's do the data cleaning part. So as we know that we like comparing the NYC like range of longitudes and latitudes, we understand that 40.6 to 40.9 might be the New York's coverage of area. So, and similarly, it goes for longitude as well, as in minus 74.25 to minus 73.7. So, and also the trip duration, a trip can be like maybe 5 minutes to a 2-hour long trip, but 980 hours long trip is not actually a trip. It might be some erroneous data. So we trip the like data to like remove the outliers. And similarly, we like print after the outliers are removed, the range is reduced to 40.6 to 40.9, and the latitudes range, longitudes range is also like reduced from the original range to 74.22 to minus 73.70. Also, the passenger range is like 0 to 9 passengers, and reduced the trip duration time. But we also know that if passenger is not sitting in the trip, then it is not actually a trip. So we reduce the values, like we remove the null values, and we reduce. So there were about 12 entries without any passenger. We remove those entries. Let's move back to the slides, please. So data visualization is a great way to understand what is the distribution, the data. We understand the single columns. We understand the relation of the column to the target variables. We understand the relation of multiple columns too. So the date of birth column and the age column, it will have a lot of correlation because they both are like interdependent. Whenever is your date of birth will be your actual age. So we understand the like dependency of like height and age. They will have a certain correlation. As they will grow, both of them, they will grow together. Similarly, we understand like the important versus the irrelevant features. Let's understand what the different kinds of plots look like. So there is like a box plot is used to understand what the percentile distribution and the outliers are about. The line plot is used to compare the data values of like different categories in a column. Similarly, a bar plot is to understand the distribution of categories. For example, if you have people, certain people are males and others are females, then we do the gender distribution using a bar plot. A heat map is to understand the relative density of the correlation between the values. Let's move on to the Colab, please. So trying to understand, so here we are also trying to make a part of data wrangling and the part of visualizations we are covering together. If we have trip time duration and it is in a date time format, we do know that date time format has like days, months, events, years. So all of these, we are separating them to a different column. So say we have converted the date of week names to Monday, Tuesday. We are converting the month names to all the months names of the year, and we are trying to analyze the pick up and drop off for every month, year, or the hour of the day, and understanding that from the Colab, going to the visualizations. For example, if we plot a monthly pickup versus monthly pickup chart for month-wise pickup to the number of count of the trips, we understand that seeing the graph, we understand that January and February has a relatively lower number of trips as compared to the other months. But March has the maximum, so the inference might be that January and February are generally a lower temperature month, so people might be taking lesser number of outstation or regular trips, or maybe preferring their own vehicles. Similarly, if we do a day-wise pickup, we do have larger number of trips for the weekends and like the week towards the end of the week, and lesser number towards the start of the week. Same in a similar way, we plot the hourly pickup, that is like 24-hour pickup to the number of counts. So early morning, like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., they have the least number of trips, but like people might be like getting back to the going to the office has a higher number, getting back from the office has a like the largest number. So we know that 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. the people are like using the trips to the maximum, like using the cab service. Same, so this is like these two are highly correlated because the higher number of pickups would result into higher number of drop-offs. So we see a similar 6 to 10 p.m. a similar value of numerics, the similar data we have. Similarly, we also try to understand the correlation between the day of the hour versus weekdays. So we understand that from the first heat map, we understand that maximum rush is noticed during the endings of the week, 6 to 8 p.m. from Saturday to Sunday. So like weekends, people have the maximum number of trips taken. Similarly, we understand that June and July or the early morning hours are the maximum trips. Let's move back to the slides. So once we have all the data analyzed, we move on to selection of the data, the important features that we want, or likewise we have derived new features, like we have derived the days of the week or the hours, and that we do make new columns up based on what features we have. For example, if we have spends analysis on credit card, or we can people spend specific amount on coffee, and people might spend a specific amount on the tuition fees or the school fees. So we create different columns to understand how the entire spread of the data is. For example, if you have date of birth, then you can find out the person's age, and you can create a different column to have better analysis of the input data. Same thing that we have analyzed in the date of the week and the month of the year analysis. Moving on to the Colab. This we are trying to do the trip duration analysis. We do trip duration analysis as in minutes. We understand that maximum trips were from 5 minutes of duration to say 20 minutes of duration. And these were the highest spread. There might be trips there might be a lesser number of trips towards the 1 hour of time, or say 40 minutes to 50 minutes, but then that maximum trip is during the 5 minute to 20 minute duration. Also, if you try to understand the vendor distribution, there are number of passengers. if we consider like we take a two-color distribution, red color represents the vendor 1 and the blue color represents the vendor 2, then we have the maximum people preferring like higher number of trips during the early morning hours from the vendor 1. But there are more number of passengers prefer the vendor 2's. More number of passengers prefer the vendor 2's services. Similarly, in the early morning hours, there might be people who are preferring early pickup as an early morning hour. For the early morning, both the vendors have the similar services, but the vendor 2 has a larger number of pickups than the vendor the vendor 1. Moving back to the slides, please. I would like Shweta to now take up the session.
Thank you so much, Savi. So till now, what we've tried to cover is like the staging process of building a model. We've tried to, take in raw data, clean it, manipulate it, and also understand the important features for building our model. And what we've actually achieved is transform the data into a format that can be actually fed to the model. So now let's actually look at what the modeling techniques are there for structured data, and also how can we go about actually building and training the model. Okay, so since we're dealing with structured data, that is numerical and categorical data in our problem, there are broadly two kinds of machine learning techniques that can be used on this data. So one is the supervised learning technique. The supervised learning technique basically works on labeled data. That means that it is a technique through which a model learns through examples. That is, the target variable that we want to approximate is actually given. And the whole process of model building is basically finding that approximation function that can actually predict the value of the target variable. The unsupervised learning technique, in that particular case, you don't really have the labeled data present. The objective of unsupervised learning is to find the underlying structure in the data or find the groups in the data. The supervised techniques can further be split into two broad categories, classification and regression. And how they're different is that, in case of classification, we try to predict a particular category. Like, for example, if you want to, predict whether a user's transaction would be fraudulent or not, right? So it could be either yes or no. And in case of regression, we're trying to predict a continuous value. Like, for example, we would like to predict the price of a house. In case of clustering, the example that I can give is like, customer segmentation, when you want to find different cohorts, like a company is trying to find different cohorts of their customers. So let's now understand what are the steps involved in the actual training process. So the first step that's required once we have all the features ready, and we've already selected that these are going to be the features that we're going to use for training our model, is to split the data into train and the test set. How this is done is that general rule of thumb is that you split your test and the train data into 20-80% ratio, or maybe a 30-70% ratio. But this depends on the size of your data set as well. For example, if you have like about 1,000 rows in your data set, then an 80-20% split between your train and test set is good. But say if you have 1 million rows, maybe you can do away with lesser test data set, because it's not really required to have like a 20% proportion of your data as in your test set for model training. The second step that is required is to set your model hyperparameters. Now, every machine learning algorithm that you're going to be using, for example, if you're using like an SVM model for classification, or if you're using some tree-based model, or maybe just logistic regression, they would have some kind of hyperparameters. For example, if you're using KNN classifiers, you have to set the parameter of K, which is like the number of nearest neighbors, right? So you need to set these parameters beforehand. And you can maybe initially start with like a baseline model hyperparameter, and this can be tuned later on. I'll come to that. So then you start training your model. The training generally, how the model learns is using some kind of an optimization algorithm like gradient descent. And once your model has been trained, say your baseline model has been trained, you need to monitor the metrics. For example, if it's a classification model that you're training, then you may need to maybe either monitor the precision, recall, the F1 score, or maybe the accuracy. Or if it's like a regression model that you're training, you need to track your, say, the mean squared loss that needs to keep on decreasing. That means that your model is actually learning. And how do you define that? For example, in our use case, we are training a regression model. What does this loss actually mean is like how far away are our predictions away from the target variable. For example, if we are predicting the value of the trip duration, how much is the difference between our predictions versus the actual trip duration columns, okay, for the test data. So the last step that I'll cover is the hyperparameter tuning. So once you get the baseline, you need to find the best parameters for your model, because we need to optimize our model as well, right? So you can use that using the grid search CV or the random search CV method in the scikit-learn library. So once we've actually trained the model and we've also like found the best parameters of our model, the next step is to validate like how good our model is going to be on unseen data. Let me just go to that. Okay, so the first and foremost thing, if you're actually building a project in the real world, the most important thing is to create a gold standard test data set. And the speciality about this test data set is that its distribution should reflect the distribution of the data that you're kind of expecting to see in production or in the real world. I mean, if you're actually launching an application. So that's the cue for this. In our case, we already have a test data which was provided to us because we were using a public data set. But in reality, if you're doing this, you need to create this data set in mind. So you need to have all sorts of variations in your test data set so that you can test the robustness of your model. Then once you have you have the access to this data set, you can measure your training versus test metrics, and you can probably understand how far off is your model. Like, for example, if the training accuracy, say if you have a classification model is around like 95%, and on this gold standard test data set, the accuracy that you're getting is around like 85%, then there's a 10% gap. So how can you actually bridge that? Basically, how we start, like when we start creating these models, we need to have like a benchmark performance in mind. For example, like this can be decided by either conventional knowledge, or maybe like, if this work has been done previously by maybe some researchers, or it's sort of like, already done by maybe some other organization, and we have a certain estimate about how much that performance metric score should be. We should keep that in mind. For example, if you're building like a classification model and the benchmark accuracy is around 90% and your test accuracy comes around say 85%, then you need that you know that you need to bridge that gap of 5%. And how can we actually do it? By performing error analysis. This could be manual, or you can also maybe just try to analyze your data, like your notebook, just analyze your predictions and the actual errors, and try to find the patterns in those errors. Like, are there any patterns which are sort of indicating that you need to fix your maybe your training data, or you need to maybe change your model parameters? That'll actually guide you, like how can you make those changes and improve your test performance. So you can add this feedback and then retrain your model. So I think now we have sort of come to the end of the session. The goal of the session was to actually go through the more grunt work involved in building like a predictive model rather than the fancy ML part here. And I think Savvy did a pretty great job there. So we covered, like, as data scientists, 80% or 70% of our time goes into preparing good data sets and also, like, just converting them into formats that can actually be, fed to the model. The modeling part generally doesn't really take that much time. And I think, like, you guys can use the notebook and try it out yourself. I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you so much for joining. And we'd love to have your feedback. Yeah, that's it from my end. Thank you.
That was an amazing session. Thanks to Shweta and Savvy. Truly, the way predictive modeling works amazes me. I'm wondering how easy my life would be if an ML algorithm can predict what my kids want to eat every day. So much time saved for me, isn't it? Well, before we move on to another wonderful session for the day, we have something fun for you. Yes, a quiz on the learnings of this session. This quiz has about 20 prizes to be claimed. So, hurry. We have 100 such prizes to be won throughout the day. Please click on the shared URL on your screen and you will be redirected to a Google form. There is a quiz that will close in 5 minutes. Please hurry and submit your answers. I'll wait for you on the other side. Hope you could all finish answering the questions. If you look at the questions, you would know that they're exclusively from the talk. So it surely pays to listen intently. Moving on, do you know that cinema halls are finally getting permission to open? I'm super excited to watch a movie on the big screen. The last movie I've watched was the period drama Tanaji. Looking at the impenetrable ravines and gigantic sets on the big screen has a charm of its own. And I truly miss it. Should head on to book my show to book my seats at the earliest. Now, I had uninstalled this app previously due to the lockdown, but it seems as if it's time to download it again. Now tell me, do you all love the UX of Book My Show app? The app is so user-friendly, isn't it? And it truly has made booking tickets a breeze. Now, we are developers and this is a developer conference. Do you want to see how this is done? Let's invite Sagar Viradya and Akanshi Srivastava to talk on Android basics and building UI. Sagar is working as an Android engineer at Book My Show and Akanshi is working as a product engineer at Gojek. Together, they will show us how to create an app similar to Book My Show. Over to you, Sagar and Akanshi.
Hello everyone, welcome to DevFest India 2020. I'm Akanshi Srivastav and I'm currently working at Gojek as a product engineer. Today we're going to start our mobile track 101 and we're going to cover the Android basics and we'll be building UIs to make our first clone of Book My Show app. Now Sagar and I will explain you how to start with Android, the history of Android, Android basics with layouts, and you will be able to make your first project. Are you excited? So over to you, Sagar, to start.
Thank you, Akanshi. Hi, everyone. My name is Sagar Viradia. I am an Android engineer at Book My Show and also co-organizer of GDG MAT. As Akanshi already mentioned, we'll be covering, Android basics in this track. So, like back in 2019, like who would have thought like DevFest 2020 would be like this? But here we are, connecting virtually. So I hope like you guys are safe. And without further ado, let's get started. All right, so let me just walk you through like what we will be covering in this year's DevFest mobile track, so that you will get a high-level picture of what we will be covering. So on day one, we'll be starting with Android basics, and later we'll build a BMS clone. The Book My Show movie listings clone, and we'll teach you how to build UI, and basically we'll focus on UI only today. Day two would be more about making an API request to a remote server, getting data and stitching that data to UI. And day three would be about structuring your code, building something which is properly architected. So you'll be focusing on MVVM architecture, and also we'll be adding offline support to our app, so that even if you're not connected to internet, you will be able to access app in offline. All right. So moving on, let's just focus on today's agenda, what we'll be covering today in this session. So we'll start with Android introduction first. What is Android and why you should pursue Android development, and then we will talk about like how to kickstart your Android Studio project, creating projects from scratch, and then we will discuss about UI UX, which will help you to create better UI, and at the end later we'll be building our BMS clone. So we'll be building our UI, And later, we will show you how to set up your device so that you can run your app. All right, moving on. So as I mentioned, like goal is to create this UI that you are seeing on your screen right now. We'll be creating movie listing screen, and basically we'll be focusing on UI basics on Android today. All right. So before we start with that, let's just talk about basics of Android, what it is and why you should pursue Android development. So what is Android? So as you may all know, like Android is widely adopted mobile operating system. But one fun fact about Android is like it was started as a camera OS, and now it got acquired by Google, and now it's world's largest operating system for mobile and other devices. And it's based on Linux operating system. So Linux is the operating system which is powering Android. And the second question that you might be asking, like why I should pursue my career on Android, why Android and why not on other platform? So there are a couple of reasons for that. Android is open source, so it's an open source operating system, and basically you can right now you can check what's going on within OS. You can, if you are curious enough, you can explore entire OS, and you can learn about many things which are internal to Android OS. So it's open source. It's flexible enough. It allows you to customize a lot of things, and basically this will allow you to experiment with stuff, and you can customize a lot of things while developing for Android. Second reason why you should pursue Android development is the developer community is really helpful. So there are a lot of content out there in terms of video and blogs. So if you're stuck somewhere, most likely chances are there like solution is already out there, and you can basically Google it, and you can quickly solve your problem. So it's very easy to get help from others. And the third reason why you should pursue Android development is a wider reach to your audience. So Android is widely adopted, so you will have that wider reach to your end user. So many countries where Android users are more compared to other platforms are targeting Android first rather than other platforms. So it makes sense to for wider reach to your audience, it makes sense to develop for Android. All right. Moving on, the next thing that I would like to discuss here is Android versions. So it's really important to have knowledge about Android versions before starting Android development. So each year Google release one new version of Android with a bunch of new features and new APIs for developers, so that Google can introduce new features every year. So as you can see on your screen, the image that you are seeing is the history of Android releases so far, and it is important to know like which version has which set of features. So while developing, you will be getting idea if you want to support certain feature, you should be knowing like which version is supporting that feature, so that you can target your audience accordingly. So it's really important to have this knowledge. Moving on, now I would like to hand over to Akankshi, and she will walk you through creating your very first Android project. So over to you, Akankshi.
Thank you so much, Sagar. Now that we know about Android and different versions of Android, let's start making our first project. So can I please have my screen up? I would like you all to open your Android studios now. And here you must be seeing a bunch of options. So let's go to start a new project. Now you see it gives you an option to select a project template. So project template or a bunch of activities basically. So what is an activity exactly? Let's discuss that first. So activity is basically a window on screen on which your layout goes. Your layout is structured, your UI and UX is all structured within your activity. Whatever the user is able to see, it is all happening inside your activities. So here you see the empty activity is selected by default. So empty activity is basically the most elementary activity and it's like a blank screen. So if you open an app with an empty activity, it will have nothing. Similarly, there are other activities. For example, there is basic activity. So in the basic activity, you'll notice there are some ready-made components already available for you. For example, there's an action bar on top, which has options like to go back and for menu. And there's also a floating action button. That is the round button that you see at the bottom. Similarly, there are more activities which have more components on them. But for now, let's start with the empty activity. So I'm going to select that and I'll proceed forward. Now it's the turn to set the name of my project. I'm going to name it Book My Show Plot. You must have noticed as I was making the change to my name, my package name also got changed. So what is a package name exactly? A package name is used to identify your application uniquely on your device and also on Google Play Store. So this usually is in the format of domain, your company name and your project name. But this is all optional and you as a developer can set what the package name can be. Then for now, I'm setting the location as desktop. I set the language as Kotlin and coming to our minimum SDK. So what is a minimum SDK that we're setting here? If you click on the drop down, you'll see a bunch of different versions of Android that Sagar was just talking about. So out of that, right now, I've selected KitKat. So a minimum SDK ensures that your application is running on that SDK, on that version of Android and above. So it is very important to make sure that we choose a version which supports maximum devices. Now here you'll see, if you notice, it says that my app will run approximately on 98.1% of devices. If I move to the older versions, this percentage will actually increase. Now let's try and see what happens if we move to the latest versions. This percentage will decrease as we move to the latest versions. Now this is because most of the devices have still not migrated to the newer versions. And it is very important that we select our version, the minimum SDK very appropriately. That is because we want the users to be able to use the features and components that we're using inside our app. There were different changes that were introduced in different versions of Android, which some of them are not supported in the older versions. So if you are adding such features in your application, you would want to make sure that your app is running smoothly and the UX is amazing. So let's proceed with API 19 for now. And I'm going to click on Finish. This will just load my project with two things on the screen right now. One is my main activity and one is my main XML file. So activity is something that we just discussed in detail. Now let's see what happens in the XML file, right? If I open my XML file, you'll be able to, if you do so, you will be able to see a screen on the right side and the code on the left. So this is what my activity is going to look like right now. So because this is a blank screen, this is an empty activity, you see the only thing in the activity right now is a text view. And that is why it just shows a text view right now. So now to understand these things in detail and how to design your own UI and UX and to customize your layout, let's go over to Sagar and see what he has to say about this. Over to you, Sagar.
Thanks, Akanshi. So now that we have our basic project ready, let's just talk about Android UI basics. So let's just switch over to demo. I'll show you how to create a UI on Android. Okay, so we have so as Akanshi already talked about, the screen that we have here, the main activity, and the screen associated with that activity is main activity underscore main. So this is the layout file wherein you write your UI. And when it comes to UI on Android, the UI is made up of two things, basically. The UI is made up of view and view group.
Now, typical Android UI is a mixture of view group, uh, and basically view is very basic building block of Android UI, wherein user can interact with it. So consider a view with text, button, and image. So user can copy text, user can click on button, and user can zoom in and zoom out to image, right? So these all are the interactions which are possible with views. So like view is a single entity on your screen. And coming to view groups are nothing but invisible container that basically structures your child view within. So view group can have other view groups and view within, and depending on which view group you are using, it will position its child so that you can create complex UI. So let's just focus on what all inbuilt views Android has, and let's just learn about that. So the very first view we'll be talking about is text view. Now text view, as name suggests, text view you'll be using to render text on screen. So as you can see here, as I typed text view, the two attributes are there, which is layout width and layout height. Now these two attributes, irrespective which view you are using or which view group you are using, these are the mandatory attributes that you have to always specify. So three things which are possible for width and height is either you can wrap your content. When you wrap your content, basically it simply wraps whatever this text view will have. So whatever text this text view will have, it simply wraps that. Then other possibility is match parent. So match parent will match the the width of this text view with the parent of this text view, which is frame layout. So it will match the entire width of your screen. And also you can specify the custom width. So you can use something specific to your requirement. So you can specify 100 dp width and 200 dp height. Now dp stands for density independent pixel, and think of it as a irrespective of your screen density, it will be consistent across. We'll be not going into detail, but just keep in mind you have to use dp for specifying width and height and other dimension on Android. So as you can see on the right hand side preview panel, we have a text view ready. In order to provide text, you can use text attribute, and you can have any text within, and it will render on screen. Also, it has bunch of other attributes that you can use. As you can see here, you can specify your font family, or you can specify color, so text color, and everything is possible. So you can use all these attributes to customize your text view. All right, so next text view that will be going through is image view. Now image view, as name suggests, is responsible for rendering image on screen. So as always, we have to specify width and height. So let's just have that first. And in order to provide the image, either you can use something which is locally stored within your app, or you can hit remote server and get image. And in order to provide local image, you have to use source attribute. As you can see here, I'm using source attribute, and let's just use one of the inbuilt image Android Studio has. So this way you can, as you can see on right hand side, you can specify images on screen. So you can use image view to render images. All right. Next view that we'll be seeing is button. So button is responsible for if you want to have something that user can interact, click. So at that time you'll be using button. And button, so you can specify width and height, and it will show you the button without text. And in order to provide text, you can use text attribute, and you can have any text within. So this way, as you can see here, we have a button with text next on it. Now, let's say you want borderless button. How to achieve that? You can use style attribute, and you can use one of the inbuilt style, and you can make your button borderless. So this way, as you can see here, your button is now borderless. So you can customize your button. Same thing, you can customize text color and your button background. All right, so this is all about like basic views that Android has inbuilt. Of course, there are many more, but we won't be able to cover like each and everything. But you can explore that later on. Coming to view group. Now, view groups are, as I mentioned, like invisible container within your app, which will structure your child within in a certain way. So there are a couple of view groups, inbuilt view groups on Android. So basically, you have frame layout, you have linear layout, you have relative layout, and you have constraint layout. We won't be able to cover each and every view group, but we will be covering constraint layout. And constraint layout you'll be using most of the time because it's a recommended layout. You should use that because it will make your UI efficient. It is faster to render UI if you use constraint layout. So let's just see how to use constraint layout. So as you can see, I have a demo file ready for constraint layout, and let's just see how to create a view using constraint layout. Now, constraint layout to interact with your XML. You can directly use this drag and drop mechanism to build a constraint layout. So let's just do that. Let's just drop one text view here. Now, as you can see here, we have text view ready. And it's giving me, complaint that this text view is not constrained. And when you run your app, by default, it will move to top left corner because constraint layout needs two things. It needs at least one horizontal and one vertical constraint so that it can figure out where it can, place your view. So let's just do that. So in order to provide constraint, just click on this text view and you will be able to see 4 dots. These are the anchor points. Now, in order to provide constraint, just click on the, in order to provide horizontal constraint, just click on any of these dots, left or right, and drag your pointer towards left-hand side, and it will constrain your text view towards, left-hand side of parent, which is constraint layout. And you can provide vertical constraint using any of these dots, top or bottom, and drag your pointer upwards, and it will constrain this text view vertically to the top of parent, which is constraint layout. Now, if you switch to code, now this red line has gone now because we have necessary constraint. Okay, so we have 2 constraints, but you can have all 4. But 2 are mandatory. Like you should have at least one and one horizontal and one vertical. So, all right. So now that we have 4 constraints, let's just learn an interesting concept called bias. So when you have opposite constraint, left and right, or top or bottom, as you can see on right hand side of your preview panel, there's a layout section, and there are 2 things: vertical bias and horizontal bias. So if you want to move this text towards top portion or towards bottom or towards left or right, you can tweak this bias to achieve that. So if I move this vertical bias top to the top, it will move this text view to the top of the screen. Same with horizontal bias, I can move this text view left side or right side. All right, so this is how you can achieve, basically, this is how you can constrain your layout within constraint layout. And let's just talk about how to position child relative to each other. So constraint layout, within constraint layout, you can basically, within constraint layout, you can basically put your child relative to each other. So you can have, as you can see here, this text view is right-hand side of the first text view. So you can position your layout like this relative to each other. So, all right, so this is all about constant layout, and there are many more features you can explore later on. But this is all about basics of Android UI, how to create UI using views and view groups. I would like to hand over to Akanshi now, and she will walk you through the basics of UI UX. Over to you, Akanshi.
Thank you so much, Sagar. Now let me help you with a small introduction on what UI and UX actually is. So UI stands for your user interface. So whatever the user is able to see on the screen is known as the UI. It's the graphical layout of an app. So you can actually add any elements as Sagar was just talking about. For example, you can add the buttons that users can interact with. You can add image views, text views, and a lot more elements. So this UI is very important that it matches the brand of your product, and it is also aesthetically good. Similarly, let's move on to what a UX is. UX is known as the user experience. We would want the user to have a good user experience, and this experience is actually the interaction between the user and the developer, and it actually is set by you adding a small bunch of micro interactions in the app. So when these micro interactions and the experiences are added into the app, it ensures that the user is able to understand how the app is behaving and get feedbacks from it as well. So why is it important to have both of them in the application? And now imagine an application where there is just a UI, which is like amazingly beautiful, but it has a very bad UX. You're not able to access anything. You're not able to work around it at all. Similarly, now imagine another application where the UI is not that good looking, but it gets the job done and the experience is amazing for you somehow. Would you actually want to go back and use these apps again? Or let's go to the third alternative. Like if you have an app which has a balanced UI and UX, it's flawless. It has an amazing UI UX for you, and you're able to see everything, and it actually behaves according to your expectations. I'm pretty sure you would end up like spending hours on such an application, won't you? So that is why it's very important to have a complementary UI and UX in an application. Now, without much further ado, let's go ahead and see how we can code and have our own UI UX in the application. Over to you, Sagar.
ID, and you can follow along now to create our BMS clone. So let me switch to Android Studio. Okay, so before starting, we will be needing a couple of things. So just follow me. We will be needing few dependency for upcoming session as well. So we'll be including here, and we'll be changing a couple of things, colors and style. So let's just do that. So in the description below, you'll be able to see a couple of gists. Just open the first gist and copy the entire thing which is there and paste it to your build.gradle file. And just make sure you're opening your app's build.gradle file. And this will add all the dependency that we'll be needing in the upcoming sessions. And sync your project. It will take a couple of minutes to download all the dependency. And once we are ready, all right, so our dependency is in place now. Also, let's change our color as well to match our color style that you can, see on the slides. So let's just change this colors to our theme color. So just open the second, gist in the description below, color.xml, and replace this entire file with the new content. So this will add all the colors that we'll be using for our app, VMS clone. All right. So with that, I think the only last thing that we have to change here is change your app compat theme to material theme, so that it will be, following all the material design guidelines, and we'll be able to use material components. Let's create layout for our card first, the movie listing card. So go to layout, right click, and create new layout. Let's just name it to movie item layout .xml. All right. Now our parent would be card view, right? Because we are building cards. So just in the root element, just type material card view and click OK. All right. So we have our layout ready now. The very first thing that we'll be needing is constraint layout. So we'll be using constraint layout to position things within. So let's just add that. Okay, I have constraint layout now. So as you can see in the card, we have 5 things. One, your image. Then we have 4 text view. So let's just add image first. All right. And let's just provide the dummy image here. Now, why I'm using tools namespace? Tools namespace will allow you to preview your stuff, and when you actually run your app, it won't be there. So just for our purpose, we are just using this for preview. But we'll be loading this image from API, from remote server later on. Okay, so now our image is in place. Let's just define constraint for this image. So top, left, right, top, 3 constraint. Okay, now let's just remove the extra space that we have. So we'll be basically won't be using wrap content or any height. We'll be following aspect ratio to give width and height. So in order to do that, in your layout panel, just click on the top left corner, and if you click on that, by default the aspect ratio of your image view is 1:1. Change that to 1:9 and hit enter. Now our image is like looking nice, and extra space has gone now. And to look it more better, we can use scale type, and scale type will remove the extra space on the left and right side, and it will center crop it. So as you can see here, we are using center crop scale type. All right. So now we need a 4 text view. So let's just quickly add 4 text view here. Okay, let's position them as per our requirement. So we'll be needing 2 on the left side and 2 on the right side. So you can define the constraint for that. Same with the other 2 text views. All right. So now let's focus on giving extra space because right now it's sticking towards left and right side of the parent. So let's just give extra space. So you can provide extra space within layout panel. You can use this drop down to provide margins. So we'll be using 16 dp margin for all 4 text views. Cool. So now our text views are ready. Let's just use some dummy value to visualize things better. So the first thing is this. The first thing is our movie title, right? So let's just change this ID to movie title. And oops, sorry about that. And make sure wherever you are changing wherever you are referencing this ID. So you just have to replace wherever you are referencing. Let's just change this to movie poster. This is okay. We just have to, as I said, we just have to reference. We just have to change wherever we are referencing. Otherwise, it will complain. All right. Cool. So let's just style this text. First, let's just provide dummy value. Okay. And let's just style this. So you can use text appearance here, and you can use inbuilt style. So now our movie title is nice, big and bold. Let's focus on release date. Let's just rename this to release date, and let's just use dummy value for now. And let's just style this using text appearance. Let's just use this. Cool. So next thing is our average voting, and let's just replace wherever we are referencing this view. All right, and let's just give dummy value. So 3.4, and as we already saw in the BMS clone, there's a thumbs up icon, little thumbs up icon besides this text view. So let's just include that. Just right click on drawable and new vector asset, and you can choose from Android Studio ship with bunch of vector assets, so you can choose one of them and you can use this now. So to give the icon to left hand side of this text view, you can use drawable left or drawable start, and you can reference this. So now we have icon to the left of this voting, and let's just give padding as well to our icon and text. Okay, and let's just style it using text appearance and give a nice style. Okay, the last thing is total votes, and let's just give dummy value to this total votes. All right, so our UI is ready now. As you can see, few things we have to do. We have to change this height to wrap content so that it will nicely wrap our entire view, and we just have to give margin around card. So you can use layout margin attribute and you can provide margin. Okay, let's just use 8 dp as a margin, and we just have to give corner radius as well. So for that, use this attribute and give corner radius, and let's give elevation as well so that it will cast shadow. So you can use this attribute, and let's just give padding to the bottom as well, so that this text view will not look ugly. The last two text view that we have. All right, so our UI is ready now. As you can see, the image with 4 text view. So I would like to hand over to Akamshi to cover the listing portion of this. So over to you, Akamshi.
Okay, thank you so much, Sagar. Can I please have my screen up? So now that we have made our layout, the item layout, let's go and see what happened to our main layout. So do you remember we left it here where our main activity was looking like this? So now to make this layout, we have a gist for you where you can go and copy the code for the main XML, and you just have to paste it here. I'm just going to quickly go through all the elements that I've added here. There are three main views inside our frame layout. One is a progress bar, one is a recycle view, and one is the text view. So this progress bar is going to ensure that when your items are still loading in the list, this is visible. Similarly, the recycler view ensures all the items in the list are there that you see on the screen on the right side. And then the text view, which is an error view, to ensure that if there is some issue and the recycler view is not able to fetch items, it will just show the error and you will have nothing on the screen. So isn't like so exciting that we are done with the code now? Now let's see how it will look when we run it. So can I please go over to the slides once? Thank you. Yeah. So now that we're done with our coding, let's try to understand what an emulator and developer options are. So emulator is basically a virtual device, which is like an Android device on your system to work with, and you can test your Android apps in it. Similarly, your developer options are options which you enable in your physical Android device. You can connect your phone to your computer and you can actually run your app to test it out. So let's see how that works. Can I please have my screen up? All right, let's go to the AVD manager. You have to go to tools and click on the AVD manager. AVD manager is nothing but your Android virtual device manager. So you'll be able to see all the available devices here. So let's create a new one for now. I'm going to select Pixel 2 as my opted device. I go to next. And here you have to set the version of the device. Since we have minimum SDK as 19, 28 will work. There's no problem. Now let's set a name for our device. I'm going to call it a demo phone. And then let's click on finish. Once you click on finish, you will actually be able to see your device here. Isn't that cool? Now let's go to the slides and see how you can actually enable developer options on your device. If you're on your devices, if you have an Android device, you just have to go to settings and then click on about phone. Go to the build number and tap on it 7 times and it will just show you that awesome, you're a developer now. Then now you just have to go to settings again and you'll be able to see the developer options there. Just go there and enable USB debugging. Just click on OK and connect your laptop with your phone. Now let's go back to our code and let's see what happens. Once you're here, once you have created your virtual device and you might have actually enabled developer options on your device, you might want to run your app and see what happens. In that case, you have to just go to this red button, to this green button, and next to this is a drop down. You have to select the device on which you want to run your app. So this is the demo phone that I just created. I'm going to hit on the run button and let's see what happens. You'll notice that my app is getting built. And after this will be installed on my phone. As it's still installing, let's see. Yes, here it is. Now you're able to notice that there is only a spinner on the screen. That is because we've not given any items on the list right now. So this is what the expected behavior was for it to be happening right now. So if you're done with day 1, you're now actually able to make your own project and run it in your own phone or your devices. Isn't that cool? So over to Sagar to see to summarize what we did today and what's going to happen tomorrow. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanshi. So now that your app is ready, at least UI is ready, let's just conclude today's session. So we started with introduction about Android and why you should pursue Android development, and then we talked about creating your first project from scratch, and then we discussed UI UX, and then we actually started with BMS clone workshap. So and at the end we saw like how to set up device and run your app. So now you have a basic knowledge about how to build UI on Android. Talking more about day 2, what we'll be covering. So tomorrow we'll be covering hitting the actual API and getting data from server. So it would be really interesting tomorrow. So don't miss that. Tomorrow and day after, these concepts would be really helpful to you guys, and it's a advanced concept that you shouldn't miss. So we really hope to see you tomorrow and day after. So with that, thank you so much for joining us today. And these are our Twitter handle. So we are active on Twitter. You can ping me and Akanshi to clarify any doubt. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Wow, isn't it? Mobile applications has increasingly become such integral part of our daily lives that if we just look around, many problems around us can be solved or at least made simpler by the use of mobile apps. Thank you, Sagar and Akanshi, for simplifying the construct of the likes of BookBuy Show so ably. You have just picked the curiosity of thousands of enthusiasts with your session today. Going again to the fun part, the quiz. Let's head to the quiz on mobile. On the screen, you'll see the link to the Google form. Here again is your chance to win amazing stuff like t-shirts, mugs, and stickers. The quiz will close in 5 minutes and there are 20 prizes to be won. So please hurry. Go to the Google form at this link, submit your answers. Again, ensure that you're logged in with the same mail address that you're registered with. That will help us connect with you and send you your goodies if you win. a great time answering those questions. Moving on, a good discussion increases the dimension of A good discussion increases the dimension of everyone who takes part in it. Happy to have Biswajit Malik, the program manager Google, who will hold a panel discussion with 5 other panelists about communities and the tech profession overall. The speakers today are Santosh Yadav, Kamal Shri, Dharmesh Vaya, Shweta Bhatt, Niharika Arora. Over to you, Biswajit.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're enjoying DevFest India 2020. It's so exciting to see thousands of you across India and possibly from all over the world tuning into this amazing festival, celebrating developers, technical careers, love for the concept of community and open source. You have heard it before from the hosts and the keynote. But it's really amazing to know that 50 of the Google developer groups have come together to make this happen. It has been quite a journey and it has not been easy, but their hard work will help many of you learn this weekend and probably make you slightly better, slightly confident developers. My name is Biswajit. I work at Google and I have been working with these communities for the last 2.5 years. But I continue to get amazed by their dedication and sacrifice. The concept of spending hard-earned personal time to build tutorials, blogs, and videos to help other developers who they probably have never met still fascinates me. So for the next 1 hour, I am hosting five of amazing experts from different cities of India to talk about their vision about technology in India, what they think of COVID, and how their life has been for the last 6-7 months. Starting with Niharika. Niharika hails from Panipat. She is a senior software engineer at 1MG and one of the core contributors to Government of India's contact tracing app Arogya Setu. You must have heard about it by now. She loves to write technical blogs, do public speaking, and have been mentoring people on career growth and mobile development. Even in pandemic and a lot of stuff, lot of like work, she has never skipped her exercise and dance. I don't know how she keeps herself so energetic and motivated every day. Next is Kamal. She is from Bangalore. She is a Flutter and Dart Google developer expert. She is a YouTuber and an international speaker. She has an amazing YouTube channel called What's Up Coders. Don't forget to check it out. I have next Santosh from Pune. He's an Angular GDE. Yeah, okay. Sorry. He's an Angular GDE, he's a blogger and YouTuber, and very, very passionate about open source. Santosh has also started recently a YouTube channel and a series called Tech Talks with Santosh. I go to Mumbai now and I have Dharmesh with me. I have known Dharmesh for almost 3 years now, an amazing gentleman, a Google developer expert in cloud and payments, and he is one of the founder and organizer of GDG Cloud Mumbai. Professionally, he works in the intersection of tech, cloud, and voice technology, and is a director of tech at Agraya. Finally, I come back to Bangalore, and I have Shweta with me. You probably have heard her earlier. She's a data scientist at Jupyter, a machine learning GDE. During the lockdown, she collaborated with a few other machine learning experts across the world on a voluntary effort called AI versus COVID-19 to build a biomedical literature search, and that work has been accepted at a tier 1 NLP conference called Polling 2020. Fun fact, she's a huge Harry Potter fan and has a decent collection of Harry Potter books and merchandise. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you. It is a real pleasure to chat with all of you today. First things first, let's start with a question which sort of divides the developer community and much more aggressively. So my first question to all of you is, what is one good thing and one bad thing you think of working in COVID for last 6 months? I think you have to bring the question here, no? Yeah, okay, all right. Let's start with Niharika.
Okay. So actually, I have got many good things, but the best out of them is I have become more productive, and I am getting more time to learn and explore. As now, I have more focus, less distractions, and I can even work in my pajamas. That's the best part. And also, I was staying away from my home for 8 years, and now I'm getting the perk of staying at home, getting good food, family fun. Everything is there, and bad thing will be that sometimes I feel I have lost interest in going outside and connecting with the real world. Some useful discussion around technology, politics, sports we had in office during lunch times or break, and virtually everything is not possible, and I just miss that part.
What about you, Dharmesh?
Sure, Biswa. So of course, like there are a lot of pros and cons about this, but then if I have to think about the good things, of course, it is less traffic, less traveling when in the different areas around Mumbai, and you know how Mumbai traffic is. So the best part is like no traffic for me, and the like I mean, if I talk in terms of like the good things out there, or rather I would say the bad things as such. I miss a lot about interacting with people, interacting face to face with my team, and so on. So that is something which I actually cherish, like working and all. So I mean that is something which I really miss out. And of course, like apart from like conducting no meetups or like conducting virtual meetups, I do not get actually to kind of be in touch with folks. So I mean a lot of pros and cons, but yeah, I mean it's how we have to live with this new normal. So that's how it is.
I agree, Dharmesh. I think like meeting your loved ones and friends has become very challenging, and I think it's difficult to sustain. I think we are all social folks at the end of the day. How about you, Sutta? How has been your life and work since last 6 months?
Thank you, Bishwa, for the question. I think for me, it's been like, I would say mixed emotions. So the part I like and enjoy is that I don't have to struggle through the Bangalore traffic. So I save a lot of time there. And that helps me, take out time for the other activities that I always wanted to pursue. Not just the activities like, contributing to the community, but like small little things like, maybe just cooking or trying out some of the hobbies that I couldn't actually pursue because I didn't have that much time. What I miss, or rather the drawbacks I feel, is I really like traveling, so I miss out on not going on trips, rather like taking time off and exploring new places. Also like the impromptu conversations I used to have with my colleagues at workplace or even with my friends. I feel like I value face to face conversations. That's the part like I feel I miss. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks, Shweta. Niharika, how are things in Panipat? How you have been coping up?
Everything is good. As with COVID is everywhere now, and now people are not as that scared that they were earlier, and I can't see that now, but even that is scary. As now people, I feel that they need to be more careful, and when the things are more increasing, and but now they are not. So yeah, and other things are I'm just enjoying at being at home.
Hey, Santosh, how are things
Hi,
in Pune?
I mean, it's good. To be frank, I mean, I've been getting a lot of time to spend with my daughter. So I actually, yes, I recorded few videos with her. So with her playing with me, and I actually uploaded those on Facebook and LinkedIn, and people really liked it. So I'm enjoying it fully. The only thing which I'm missing is like, of course, the physical interaction, right? So I had just started my own meetup last year in Pune, and I was looking forward to actually grow this year, but Corona had a different plan altogether. So yeah.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, and I think this also is a very humbling moment for all of us. Like many things, as we can't also control. So that's also there. Hey Kamal, hello again. How
Hey,
about you?
Vishwas. Oh, definitely. I would say this is a really apt question for the current situation. So, as Shweta or Dharmesh said, traveling and commuting. So, living in a metropolitan city, traveling is really cumbersome. Trust me, it drains your energy, and the morning goes completely for a toss. And another thing that I found was sticking to your routines, where you have a lot of distractions at home, and which is totally unavoidable. Those are the bad things I would say those are the good things. And coming to the other part of it is, I really miss those brainstorming sessions over the lunch, or picking up the best practices with your colleagues, or any kind of casual collaboration that happens in office. That is something that's very hard to replicate at home. So those are the few things that I really miss out.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing all of your thoughts, folks. I think it's like very like similar things what you all are saying. I mean, one is convenience of like being there at home, taking care of like family and needs and things like that, which we have got more freedom to. But at the same time, we are also missing out a lot of other people in our lives. Like maybe the controversial statement is like families not the end in our lives as well. All right, so I have a few questions for all of you. The first one to Niharika. You have contributed to Arogya Setu. First of all, thank you. Thanks because your contribution makes us safe. And second of all, I mean, you can definitely claim that you are literally saving lives, right? That's something. Can you tell more about, I think, how you, like, what are your learnings out of being in this team, building this app? How did you manage scale? Because suddenly, I think this app became one of the top contact tracing apps in the world. And I think, like, I would love to know more about how you folks handle this. What are your learning and what are your humbling moments, bro?
Okay. Thank you, Biswa, for your appreciation. Indeed, working on Arogya Setu is a lifetime experience, and building an application in just 15 days for million of users, which was going to create an impact on their lives, was kind of a responsibility and a challenge for us. And being a tech person, let me talk in terms of technology or in Android world. We struggled with a lot of things to start with, and few that come to my mind are we had to deal with many different Android version problems as for scanning, background service limitations, and there were many OEM specific issues as well. And for us, even a single issue was a major problem because we can't afford to make any mistakes or bug since it impacted a real user in big way. So we kept working hard for resolving those things and come up with better solution. We have implemented our own adaptive scanning solution for to handle the collision and information dropping by adjusting the scanning and information broadcasting intervals based on based on the number of people in proximity. So this way, we were not compromising much on battery life and got better scanning performance, covering more and more people around. And this was something which no other contact tracing app had till the time we implemented it. So yeah, we are proud of that too. And also, there were many cross-platform difficulties, like iOS not being able to scan Android devices in the background due to their framework restrictions and stuff like that. So, but thankfully, we got solutions around it with time. And now coming to the scalability and security. Scale, security, and speed of execution were the defining features of this project, and we had to make sure that we deliver a best-in-class product which works at a scale we have never seen before. So the fundamental components of the service are all scalable, and we knew about the nature of the workload that we could get, that a spiky load and kept the same in mind throughout the design and implementation. Our authentication service is completely built on the serverless architectures, and we use scalable databases like DynamoDB, MySQL. These kind of scalable databases are there. We use containers everywhere, which automatically scale up and down based on the need in just minutes. And On the data side, we have Kafka, Spark, etc. These are used, which are already scalable enough to handle large data volumes. Actually, we knew that we would be getting a known linear scale someday. Like someone will just tweet about the application, and the traffic would be enormously high, and other days it might be low as well. So there are many more things in terms of scalability that we have taken care of. Now coming to security part, as I have now worked on this application, talking in tech terms, the Bluetooth and location data which we are storing, that is stored locally in the app on the device itself, and that too in an encrypted way. And all the data stored, whether locally or in specific cases if we are sending on server, which that is getting deleted on time, as we have defined in the privacy policy for the app. And there's very limited data that is sent to server, so we are not storing any location data. People had this query in their mind that we are not storing any location data on the server. We are just sending some data for few actions, like the nearby stats or self-assessment. For that, location is needed. And also, if you want, then only you will be sharing your information with the government through the share with government option. Otherwise, we are not directly sending it. And yeah, like this way, we had made sure that security is not also not getting compromised.
Got it. Thank you. Nerika, just like I thoda shorten kar lo. Like it's a slightly longer answer.
Okay.
So maybe just like probably reduce it slightly, I would say.
ठीक है, मैं कर लेती हूँ points कुछ इसमें से. Okay.
Thank you, Niharika. The challenges in building for India is real. But I can definitely say, if you can build for India, you can definitely build for the world. Because I think it has all type of population now, and the kind of challenges that you face in order to reach Indians is massive. And I think Aarogya is one of those apps who has done it in a very quick period of time. So congratulations, thanks for keeping us safe, and thanks for letting us know under the hood what's going on. I moved from healthcare to voice tech, and I think that's another challenge and opportunity for Indians. So I have Dharmesh with me. He works at Agrahya. He's one of the leading players in the industry of voice technology. They have a bunch of podcasts. One of the I think one first Hindi podcast or something. I don't exactly remember. But yeah, Dharmesh, my question to you is, how is this domain evolving? I think it is slightly new, I have to say. I don't know whether you agree with me or not. And has COVID changed anything from a consumption pattern to engineering or focus from other players in this domain? I'd love to know more.
Sure, Vishwa. So basically, this domain regarding voice was actually always there. So if you, go back like 10, 20, 15 years, voice was always there, maybe in the form of radio and so on, but the mode of interaction was not there. Now it's more of a digital world wherein you have a lot of media devices or audio players coming and going, and that is where the world of voice tech is actually evolving. And to be frank, I would say after the COVID world, our consumption, or our rather listenership, has increased almost like 20-25%, especially in terms of podcasts. And a lot of brands are actually reaching out to us in foraying into this space. So, without naming a brand, but top financial groups or top FMCG products and companies like that are actually reaching out to us in terms of foraying into this arena where you get a larger listenership. One possible way is because there is a lot of saturation in terms of video content consumption, and that is where you want to kind of give some rest to your eyes and kind of listen to some good soothing podcast, which actually does a very good purpose in terms of education or in terms of like brand awareness and so on. Another aspect to that is actually we are seeing a lot of traction, especially when it comes to like how cloud and voice tech is kind of evolving. And one of the reasons for that is like a lot of brands, a lot of companies are actually wanting to have like advanced level of contact centers and including AI mechanisms and so on. So, I mean, just taking an example wherein you want a very seamless handover from, say, for example, a voice bot or a web bot to a WhatsApp bot. Okay, that is where the entire backbone is kind of built on cloud, and that is where actually we are seeing a lot of traction over there. And for that, we are building some smart products which actually would serve the world in a longer fashion. So yes, I mean, a lot of things are changing post COVID because voice and cloud adoption is at a new level, and there is definitely a lot of scope over there as well.
Thank you, Dharmesh. Very well said, and thanks for also letting us know what's going on in this market. Like this is not a surprise, and India will continue to be a pioneer in this market and probably be one of the early adopters and early creators of the tools and solutions which will probably help out the next billion users or something. Now, let me come to Bangalore, where I am right now. Shweta is here. Shweta is a data scientist. Sweta, my question to you is, and I think this is a question which we get to hear a lot while talking to people and students. So if I am in my second year, third year, or maybe final year of college, and data science and machine learning is like it's a word, I think, which is probably very synonymous to Google, I would say. And okay, like, what should I do? I want to be a data scientist. I want to be a machine learning engineer. How should I go about it? And I would love to know how you answer that.
Thank you, Biswa, for the question. How I would like to answer this is that I'm not really an expert, like I'm still growing in this field myself, but I can narrate what has worked out for me and what I think should also work out, like, things that probably if I'd known earlier, I would have probably incorporated, earlier in my career and taken those advice, because I did not really have a mentor when I was making that transition. So I'll just break it down into parts. So first and foremost thing, I would say someone who's there in the second year or third year of their undergraduate, they're pursuing their undergraduate degree and they are in their second or third year. One foremost advice is take things slow. This is not like your career is not really okay. So I would say that, take things slow. Your career is not really a sprint, but it's a marathon. And especially the field of data science or machine learning, with this, you need to have a lot of patience. So early on, try to grasp the concepts, the basic concepts really well. Get into the depth of like the mathematics behind ML algorithms, like the statistics, the concept of statistics that are important for you to understand the complex concepts like deep learning and maybe representation learning and probabilistic graphical models. These are like advanced concepts. So if your base is strong, you'd be easily able to grasp these concepts later on. So spend time in, actually learning the basics very well. Always learn using some kind of projects. Like you cannot, like if you just keep on learning the theory, you'll get really bored and it might not seem very, exciting to you. But if you're learning by also, probably doing some projects together, like start some small, like pick up really easy, simple projects, and then try to increase the complexity, maybe step by step. Try to understand what excites you, because data science is not just about like the different, because it's a multidisciplinary field. So it's not just about mathematics, computer science, statistics, but it's also about the domain you're applying, your data science concepts to. So try to understand what is that domain that excites you. And I think just go slow, go step by step, and things will fall in place. And don't be afraid of, trying out anything complex or learning complex ideas. It might seem daunting in the beginning, but spaced repetition is, I think, the key to understand like I would say the what do you call it, like the things that people are really scared of, right? With machine learning, like what is this, these so many equations are there. When you read papers, it's just like the first time it might feel daunting, but slowly and steadily you'll get there. That's my advice.
Thank you. Thanks, Shweta. That's like really helpful and in a very pragmatic and practical way to go about for a career. So my next question is to Kamal. Hi, Kamal. You have
Hey,
a
Vishwas.
YouTube page called WhatsApp Coders, right? I would love to know more about, and it has like amazing subscriber base, more than 13,000 people. Why were you like? Why did you start this? How are you still continuing with this? I would love to know more.
Okay, so thanks for the question, Biswas. So initially, when I started learning Flutter, I was, as usual, going through a couple of videos just to find. And there was something very interesting. I found there were no women developers or no women teaching coding or talking about it on a YouTube video. I was like, is it something wrong with Flutter or is it something wrong with, or nobody's interested in it? So that's when I actually decided to break the stereotype and find out how I can make Flutter more innovative. And that's how it got started. And also, I just did not want to start because there were no women talking about it. I saw most of the videos were really amazing, but it was kind of this monotonous kind of videos where they talk about concepts, but nothing much as such as real life examples. Or either they go with clone apps, which is, yeah, to an extent, it is good. So my videos are a little different where you connect a real life example scenarios with one of the widgets, where in Flutter, everything is all about widgets. So that way I tried creating videos. And moving on to the next part of your question, where you say, how do you manage and work with these videos? Well, managing was really difficult. Well, for me, there was a huge support from my family, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. And being as a freelancer, I used to stumble upon a lot of issues. So rather than creating a new concept and coming up with videos, I had this trick of whatever issue that I face during my day, I pick up the same issue because I'm spending day in and day out solving that issue. Now, all I have to do is just come up with a video. So I picked up the same issue, tweaked a little bit here and there, and came up with a solution. And that's how my videos got more views, more subscribers, and people are liking about it.
Lovely. Thanks, Kamal. Thank you so much. It's so good to know that, and I think your videos are really good. I have seen some of them, very engaging, very informative. So please keep doing that.
Sure.
From one YouTuber to another YouTuber, another new YouTuber, I have to say. Santosh, hello, welcome again. So
thank you, Biswa.
We have known each other for a while, and I recently read one of your blogs also. So you have spent good amount of time across various technologies. You have seen, I think, how tech careers have evolved in India. You have opportunity, good or bad, of spending time across many of them. And now I think you have sort of like settled down in web, if I can say that. What made you come closer to web and like just settle in this field?
Okay, so I would say, when I started learning, like in my engineering days, so when I actually saw HTML and CSS, so I was really motivated to do something because web inspired me, because I can make something and make it available, and it's like can be accessed in the entire world, right? So that was something which motivated me to work or get into the web. But it took some time. So because initially in my career, I started working on desktop apps. And then finally, after 2012, one of my manager, who is really great person, I would say. And he reached out to me and said, look, you are working in desktop application from a long time. I think it's been 6 months. And now we want to start a new application. And we are looking for a new stack, which was really really great stack at that time. So we were supposed to use MVC.NET with jQuery. So everything was like really what actually I wanted to do. And he came to me, and then this is how it started. So in 2012, I started working on web, and then of course, as you grow, your role grows. So for a little bit time, I was not into web, but again, I was really motivated to do again something, and then this is how I started working in Angular JS. And then when Angular came in, I just left everything aside and said, look, I'm done with all this tech. Let's take Angular and let's see what it is. And then I started moving into Angular, and it's been like 3 years now, and I'm enjoying it. I love Angular. I love talking about Angular. So, yep.
Thank you so much. And yeah, your Angular blogs are really good. For viewers, if you haven't read them, please search Santosh, and I think you can see a bunch of blogs written by Santosh on Angular. He has also given a bunch of talks about Angular. Please, if you are interested in Angular, definitely I will recommend to follow him. Let's take a few live questions if we can. So if we can put like 1 or 2 live questions on the screen, that would be great. All right, this is a question to Shweta. Shweta, I think I introduced, so I think that's why how this question is coming. Can you talk a little more about AI versus COVID project? What you are doing, what your team is doing, and what are your plans for the future?
Sure, Biswa, and thank you for the person who asked this question among the audience. So this started back in March, just when the lockdown happened in India. So a couple of GDs across different geographies, with a couple of MLGDs, we connected on a mail thread that we should do something, for this pandemic that has occurred. And we as researchers and ML practitioners, how can we contribute it? So I sort of volunteered for that project, along with approximately 6-7 other GDEs. One GDE, Sharadeep, he's from India. He's an MLGD from India. And so the idea was that if you think about, if you want to ask a question on Google is a search engine, right? So you can get that answer. But similarly, think of yourself, think that the user is like a biomedical researcher, and they have these queries about the research that's going on with COVID-19. It's been almost like a year, right? I think in November or December last year, COVID-19 outbreak sort of happened. And since then, there has been an upsurge in the amount of research papers that are being published on the themes of COVID-19. And there has been active research, I think across different fields, whether it is the virologists, the epidemiologists, or the biomedical researchers. So people are trying to find answers, right, to get to the vaccine. And that's why there's huge amount of research that's happening, and that has to be included. So if we can build a search engine, which can be used by the biomedical researchers to quickly sift through information. That means that if they have a quick query about, has there been any, vaccine related to, say, SARS-CoV-2, which was the previous coronavirus, or any of the other coronaviruses that, is there any information regarding that? And if we include the new literature that has come up. So that was the idea. And what we did was that we used a huge data set that was actually collected by also the GDEs, and we built a biomedical language model using that data set, and we kind of use the BERT model to as the pre-trained weights we use for the BERT model, and that model has been actually and this was more like serendipity, right? We came together for a cause, and what happened was that the model that we built was beating state-of-the-art numbers for a biomedical language model that can actually perform question answering and information retrieval tasks. So that's how the whole project sort of started, and it's still in progress. The search engine part is still in progress, but one of the steps for this was to build a model that can actually contextualize and transform the queries into vectors. I'm going into a little bit of details here, but that's about the research that I've done. The preprint would be available very soon, and I'll share it on my social media handles.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you. Thanks for this is the amazing work, and this is a fight I think everyone is fighting. What can we do about COVID until I think the medical fraternity has a question. So any and every contribution counts. And yeah, amazing work. Keep letting us know how this goes on. Let's go for another question. This question is for Niharika. You are working at 1mg, and again, you have also mentioned your experience of working on the Aroki Setu app. How is that experience, like tech plus pharma or healthcare? How do you feel about it? How is working in such kind of a product company? Would love to know more from you.
Sure, Viswa. I would say the experience has been phenomenal. Acceptance of digital solutions in the healthcare sector is increasing with each passing day, and like announcement of National Digital Health Mission by the Honorary Prime Minister or the telemedicine practice guidelines published in the second half of March are all a testament of that. And even 1mg, with its vision of making healthcare understandable, affordable, and accessible, is playing a pivotal role in that. So, with 25 million active users monthly and more than 40% of share category in this sector, every day is an enriching experience for us. If we look around at any aspect of healthcare, we will find a lot of fundamental issues where technology can play a vital role. Very simple but relatable use cases like trying to visit 3, 4, 5 times to a chemist shop before getting a medicine, or forgetting to take these medicines in time, or trying to figure out what could be the interactions of these medicines with our food or your other conditions, or the complex use cases like trying to improve or reverse your chronic health conditions. And these are all fundamental problems, and technology can help you resolve a lot of these can be resolved. So now, when you get to play a role in solving such issues, which end up making people's life better, or even saving lives in a few cases, the feeling of satisfaction is something that nothing else can beat. There are no edge cases for us, and that's our motto. So every day is a new learning, and every day we strive to make things better. And on the second part of the question, there are ton of things I can mention, but in the interest of time, I will just quote one example. So most of us would agree that information asymmetry in healthcare is one of the key issues. And I will take example from COVID times. A few months back, when it started, a lot of misinformation was being spread. When the pandemic began, we saw many of our users reach out to us in different ways, seeking one assured stream of information. So we put together a team for this, our in-house team for doctors and healthcare professionals, and yes, results were astonishing. And actually, this is our own sole product, and we put all the hard work here. And not only our user thanked us for this, we saw our content being promoted across the world. And again, the feeling of trying to help resolve a problem at scale was satisfying and fulfilling.
Thank you. Thanks, Niharika. One of the things which I definitely must say is now I think the more and more users use online products, I think we are going to see a lot of this kind of interactions, right? Tech plus healthcare, tech plus finance, and tech plus other things. And this is where I think this is a great opportunity where we get to know more about other fields. Like you get to interact with doctors, and I think this is like doctors become more technical, and I think the developers become I don't want to say they can save lives being a doctor, but they also get to know, I think, the other side of the story, like what are the challenges of being a doctor or someone from the medical fraternity and so on. So yeah, thanks for sharing this insight. The next question is for Kamal. Kamal, I think you are a Flutter GD. If people don't know, it's called Google Developer Expert. So Google recognizes some amazing individuals in those fields where they have contributed immensely to the developer community and to open source about that field. And so Kamal is one of them in India for Flutter. So my question to you is, how did you discover Flutter? It's not a very old technology. It has like for a few years now. And why did you like it? How did you fall in love with this?
Well, thanks for the question, Viswa. Every time whenever people ask me this question, it brings a smile on my face because it's got a funny story to it. So let me keep it very simple. I was not in India, I was in US, and I had this, I was standing in the billing section, and the transaction did not go to the person who was actually standing in front of me. I was really annoyed, and he was looking back and forth and all that. So he just smiled and said, "Hi, and what do you do?" And I was like, "I'm an Android developer." I was into Android completely. And then he was like, "Oh, so you build apps?" And it looks like he was also in IT, but not a typical techie person, but other side of the IT. So he said, "Okay, you develop for Android apps. So what about iOS? Are you going to hire a different developer to do that and all that? He started probing questions so much and all that. So I said, okay, there must be something. And that's when I tried to think about it. And I did some research and I found about React and Flutter. And that's it. I just tried it and I said, I'm not turning back. This is the toolkit that I'm going to use. And because at the end of the day, we are the developers, are the person who actually use the product in and out. And if we do not, if we are not happy with the product, then it's not going to serve our purpose. So if you ask me why Flutter, I would say it produces such smooth, crispy experience. Typically, if you want to see that native application kind of experience, and also it has this hot reload, smooth animations. Trust me, you have to try to experience all this, and the readily available widgets, which we can also customize. So all these features really make Flutter, actually, in fact, make me go in love with Flutter actually. And also the couple of tools like the dev tools. So I said, so these tools are making my life easy, and it's like one stop for everything. I said, that's it. This is the tool. And that's how my journey with Flutter started.
Thanks, Kamal. Thank you so much. Whenever I have listened to a Flutter talk, real life or in YouTube, each time they bring completely new things. Like hardly I have seen, I think, one person say or showing the same demo that the other person has done and all. I was in Chennai the last year, and I don't remember this person's name, but the demo was, so he was presenting a bunch of slides, and at the end of the presentation he said, hey, this whole presentation is made in Flutter. And I think
Flutter, yeah.
Big wow moment for everyone. So I can totally relate to what you said. I think it brings, I have seen people, developers like, glow in their love, and I think when they hear the word Flutter. So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, just to add one point, Flutter being the open source, where we have all kind of stable releases happening every month. So you have new features, updates happening, and this is kind of a contribution that happens from all over the world. So that's the best part about Flutter.
Thank you. Thanks, Kamal. Let's go for the next question. Yes, so this is for Santosh. Santosh, you wrote a blog very recently, which kind of sort of like talked about not only your journey in tech, but also was giving a good glimpse of, like, I think how your life has been during that time, and a bunch of like personal and professional hurdles that you have ever faced. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you. That was the really, I think I have to say, one of the amazing blogs or articles I have read in a really long time, and I'm not sugarcoating this. It was very, very inspiring. I shared with a lot of people that I thought might benefit out of it. You also spoke a lot about open source in that in that blog. So I would love to know more about, one, what are the principles of open source that you hold very strong to or close to your heart? Second is how open source is becoming more or less relevant in today's world.
Okay, so I'll keep it short. So, I mean, of course, when I started my career, I was more of a Microsoft guy. So I worked in .NET Stack for a long time. I mean, so I think I left when there was a transitioning which was happening between a .NET Stack going open source. And meanwhile, I started working on Angular JS and then moved on to Angular. And then after working for quite 2 years, I think started in 2016. And by 2018, I realized, okay, when I was growing up, so my father always used to teach us that never take something free. So I was like, look, I'm learning Angular, I am using Angular, I'm making money out of Angular, but I'm not giving anything back to the Angular. So that was something which I think I gave a thought about it, and I was really demotivated, to be frank. I was really demotivated for a year. I was trying to figure out how I can give back to the community. And then I learned about all these meetups, conferences, and then eventually I started contributing to the Angular itself. And it gave me, I think, more of peace. So it gave me inner peace that, okay, I'm doing something for the community which I thought that I should be the part of it, and I'm now giving back to the community and making other people really feel inspired that okay, some open source is something where people can come, contribute, grow as well. Because if you think about the today's world, everything is open source. Most of the companies are actually using the open source stack. So, and I also realized that also talking about open source is one of the good thing which I have to do, because not many people are doing lot of things for open source. Because if I see the organizations, as my previous organization did with me, they never supported my open source work. And in India, still a lot of companies don't do that, which is really a bad point. So I also wanted to focus on that. So I started like contributing to open source. I started uh, helping them financially. I actually also support some open source developers by GitHub sponsor program. So because the thing is, at the end, I am just making money out of this Oppo, using everything which is open source and which is available for free. So eventually it comes to me that okay, I should do something which make this entire ecosystem sustainable. This is where this is what I think. I mean, of course, many people may have their own perspective about OSS, but my perspective is, of course, if I'm learning from it, I'm getting money out of it, so I should do something to make it sustainable.
Thanks, Santosh. I have a follow-up question to you on this. So you have fought a lot of battles about the relevance of open source in your organization. So let's say if I am a developer and I can totally see this happening in my friends, companies and all, how would they sort of fight? Not sorry, fight might not be the good word, but convince their management or leadership that hey, open source matters and I should do this, and please allow me to do it. And the person doesn't need any rewards or something, but just for the sake of love for the open source.
I mean, this was the same scenario for me, right? I mean, my manager was really supportive of me, but I think this is something where the culture of your organization matters a lot. If you're an organization with 100K employees and you're not supporting OSS, I think there is something which is missing in your organization and culture. So if I have to convince someone, I mean, of course, I will go ahead and talk with them, because last year at one of the conference which happened this year, sorry, not last year, I spoke to one of the Googler, and who was the actually one of the speaker at the conference, and we were just talking about all these things, right? This the thing which happened with me, and he gave me an example of one of his client which is in Japan. So he was he went to that client as of course as an advocate for Angular, and they were having discussions. So the culture in Japan is they don't have much of open source work, or they don't actually put many things on open source. So he was just having a discussion with that guy who was actually representing the organization, and he was just having a discussion, and then suddenly he said, okay, we don't do open source here because of course we don't want to share our work with other organization who's our competitor. So he just used a simple word. I mean, that's a shame, because you are using Angular, that's for free. Just keep that in your mind. And within a year, look at the just change in the behavior of the organization or the culture within the organization. Within a year, they dropped a mail saying that we were really inspired by what you said, and this is the first project which we are making open source, and first time in Japan. So that's the, I think that's change should come from the organization. It's not like you can just go ahead and talk to someone and they will be convinced. It's not.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, well said. Thanks, Santosh. Let's take the next question. This is for you, Dharmesh. So GDG Cloud Mumbai is almost 3 years old now, I think. And you were one of the first people to start it. How has been that experience of forming this chapter and running this chapter for a few years now?
Sure, Viswa. I mean, a very suitable question for today, wherein we are doing this DevFest in a virtual manner. And I would say we have seen a very steady growth in terms of, how our community members are growing. And one of the challenges that we had in our early days is more towards, getting members, which were more towards professional side of their career. So I would say, since cloud was something which was more enterprise heavy, and which was not very fairly explored by students or freshers and something like that. And that is where we found out a very nice synergy between the communities and the partner ecosystem. So what we have kind of like diverged into is we kind of collaborate a lot with our existing ecosystem of cloud partners, and likewise, like we kind of grow our community that way. And running that as such has been like a very good journey in itself. I mean, our members, like, they kind of reach out to us to kind of help for their implementations, their projects, and so on. And I mean, our community members, like, we are like almost like 6 members, and we all kind of reach out to them like in any possible way, in which if they need credits, if they need to kind of reach out to any experts, googlers, or even like within the GCP ecosystem itself. And with that, like, even if I talk from an Agraya perspective, I mean, that is how also like I kind of met my founders and co-founders, and I'm at that place where even we now became a GCP partner. So yes, I mean, it is growing in a very steady manner, more from the partner ecosystem perspective, and the members are getting a lot of benefit over there as such, because they get to directly connect with the partners, with the actual ecosystem players, and that is where actually community plays a vital role.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you more on this. And I really loved, I think last year I was also there when you folks organized the Cloud Community Day for the first time. It was one of the innovative concepts globally as well. So great, great job. And I think I hope all of you are like still enjoying, still having fun doing this.
Absolutely, it's always a pleasure.
Let's go to the next question. This is another. We have a lot of like interesting and fun questions on machine learning today. Sorry, Sweta, to keep it busy. This is another question which keeps on coming a lot. What is the difference between data engineering, data science, and machine learning? I would say let's answer this as a career rather than as a field, because I think field answer to the definition of each of this is like already over defined. Yeah. But let's if you can answer from a career perspective, what does these 3 careers are different?
Sure. Thank you, Biswa, for the question, and also the person in the audience who asked the question. To be honest, I also, when I finished my master's, I think 2 years back, I was also finding answers to exact same questions when I wanted to actually move into the industry and get a job as a data scientist. I wanted to figure out, because I started out as a software engineer myself. So I would say a data engineer's job is pretty close to what a software engineer's job is like. It's just that the tasks would be different. While software engineers work on building applications, maybe apps, a lot of those things. I mean, their work is not just limited to that. But what I'm trying to say is that for data engineers, the majority of your work is to take in data from various resources and then build pipelines that can transform and transport that data into sources from which data scientists can actually use that data to build models and or maybe do some analysis on that data. So it's quite engineering heavy is what I'm going to say, and the skills required for you to become a data engineer would be same as like your software engineering or software development skills. For a data scientist, like it's kind of a very, I would say, abused term these days. I'm still figuring out like what's the boundary of my job, but my core responsibilities, I would say, for a data scientist is to from the point of like problem formulation. Like most of the times, like there's a business problem that a company wants to solve. Say we want to increase the sales of a certain product, or maybe we want to understand what the different cohorts of our customers are, because maybe we want to target them with, say, some ads or maybe some kind of rewards. We want to figure out which one would be better for which cohort. And so these kind of tasks are quite unstructured. A data scientist's job is to structure that problem, figure out what parts of the problem can be solved using data, what problems of this job can be directly solved using heuristics, and then that part would go to the data engineer or maybe the software engineer in the team. And then data scientists actually work on performing the EDA, which is like, understanding what the data is, what the distributions of the data are, what meaningful insights can you actually draw from that data. And those can actually help businesses take decisions. So another kind of task that data scientists actually perform is like, experimentation. That is like if a business wants to launch like a feature in the app. Now, how do you take that decision? You can take that decision by, on the basis of some intuition, or maybe on the basis of some conventional knowledge, prior statistics. But the best way to do it, like in this data savvy world, is to take decisions using your data. So, and apart from that, also data scientists work on, building machine learning models, building applications that sort of employ machine learning. I would say like data scientist job is like, you have to, at the core of it, if I have to simplify that, you have to solve problems using data, but there's a lot going on like within that. For machine learning, I would actually interpret as a machine learning engineer's job. So I think a machine learning engineer's job is like, it's rather code heavy than concept heavy. Like data scientist job is more concept heavy, that a data scientist has to know the depth behind, like what are the different assumptions or what is the mathematics behind algorithms, and like the core of statistics. But a machine learning engineer's job is like a mix of that. So they have to be very good at like software engineering and maybe like the system design. But how it is different is that when data scientists actually build these models, so they are like the owners of these models, like, or maybe solutions, an ML engineer's job could be to deploy these models to production. So their job again becomes very engineering heavy, but at the same time, they also have like understanding of what these models are. They have an understanding of what these metrics are. So I would say they do have an understanding of ML, data science, statistics, but probably at a slightly surface level than the data scientists. So that is how I would distinguish. I'm pretty sure like, it varies from companies to companies.
Thank you, Shweta. I definitely remember when I was actually studying engineering, people would ask, okay, what language I should learn in order to get a job? And I think we have come so far from that, right? I think now the language is probably the 10th or 15th question in the interview. It's more about whether you can understand different disciplines, have empathize with different disciplines, and have characteristics which are like you should be curious enough, you should be inquisitive enough to
Definitely.
just you don't have to just pick up a bug and just solve it. You are just like this is the field there. So yeah, thanks for like sharing a lot of those kind of insights. Let's go for like, I have like a couple of more questions. We are not far from the next track. So the third last question here, and I think I definitely is looking forward to the answer to this one. In the age of constantly being online, and I think social media is happening, you're online, you have a bunch of work. I think it's a fair question, and many people, including me, have said that they are running out. I don't know whether any of you have any answer to it, but let me go to Niharika, because Niharika said she hasn't missed a day of like exercise and dancing and so on. So she definitely has some magic formula for all of us. So yeah, Niharika, any thoughts and any advice you have for us?
Sure, Biswa. Well, being a Punjabi, for me, being exhausted was never an option. I have always been fun-loving and have cherished every moment in my life. And I can entertain myself in any situation and find positivity in anything happening around. While the recent pandemic has moved most of our tasks online and brought new challenges along with it, it has also opened up new opportunities for new perspectives. Like, for example, during normal office days, I would be hopping from one meeting to another, leaving less time to finish tasks in hand. But now I can simply mute the groups where I may not be necessarily needed, or focus on my work with less distractions. Now sometimes simply explaining or getting something on call or text, that has become difficult to understand, and that can be quite frustrating as well. But thankfully, being with family and people to talk and connect in real world, this is helping me a lot to keep myself happy, calm, and composed. But yes, I really miss the real conversations and tech discussions. Also, I have ensured that I have a healthy work-life balance. As you already mentioned in the introduction, I never skip my exercise and dance. And to be very honest, it actually helps me in keeping myself physically as well as mentally fit. So as when lockdown started, I was working on Arogya Setu apart from my office work in parallel, and due to this, I was not getting enough sleep. It was like 2-3 hours a day, and a lot of time was going on in coordinating, since there were people from different organization and government, and you were meeting them for the very first time, and now there were back-to-back meetings, discussions, deadlines. So to understand and get a clear vision, and so that we are on same page, and I was just like sitting in front of my laptop for the whole day, and it might have impacted my health, but my love for gymming helped me. Actually, I have something beyond tech stuff, and I really love to do that, and this is how I am keeping myself happy almost all the time.
Thank you, Niharika. I think they say find your passion, which is probably more apt, I think, during COVID time, just to keep you sane. Thanks for sharing. Stay happy. We are happy to see you also happy. So, thanks. This is an interesting question. Freelancing is not a new phenomenon in India. Many people have been doing this for a while. Kamal, you are an active freelancer, if I may say, and you probably know more about how is that evolving in India. How is your experience so far, and any tips and tricks you wanted to share to aspiring freelancers?
Definitely, Vishwas. I think initially, even I was a full-time software developer, but as and when I moved outside India, things really changed, and they had this concept of freelancing, and it was very new to me. So it was like the colleges were in the evening, and people were working in the morning times, and they had this flexible schedule. So it was really difficult for me to get used to it. But trust me, once you taste the freelancing part, trust me, you don't want to go back to this normal stereotype of 9 to 5 or 10 to 6 job where people are pretty comfortable and not flexible enough. But I think one way or the other way, the COVID really got people into this mode, and they started adopting this culture and encouraging remote work and understanding the freelance ecosystem. So it's not that only you have to work 9 to 5. You can work at any time, any job you want to pick, or any project. According to me, I would say don't look at freelancing as a different type of job. Look at it as like a more independence, a freedom to choose, and that it gives you that leverage of choosing your own project, and also use your expertise skills to build a product that actually makes wonder. So I see freelancing as that way rather than just not working or getting away from the office work. And now people are started getting used to it, and they are breaking that stereotype here in India.
Thanks, Kamal. I hope this inspires a lot of people to take up freelancer as an opportunity to also learn and challenge yourself to grow into your own domain, but in different dimensions. Thanks for sharing your experience. So we have come to an end of this panel discussion, and thank you so much, all of you. We have almost discussed about freelancing, how Niharika keeps herself happy and have tips for us. How Dharmesh has been doing in GDC Cloud Mumbai, a lot of different topics. So before I wind this panel discussion, which I thoroughly enjoyed with all of you, I have just like one last question to all of you. If you can take turns and answer. What is the most useful advice that you have encountered in your career? And let's start with Niharika.
Yeah, actually, there are two. When I just started my journey in the IT industry, I attended a talk where a senior professional advisor that learning everything is not as important, but learning a few in depth is. And I follow this in improvements and advancement. You just can't cope up with everything happening around. So whatever you learn why it is here, what is the purpose of using it, so that someday if you become senior and a junior comes to you asking the reason for using something, that day you should be clear with your thoughts and purpose. And other would be just be happy with what you are, but never be satisfied, as as there are many things to achieve in life, and if you're happy, you will be enjoying the things in present and be calm and spread positive vibes to your surroundings. And but yes, never get satisfied or in comfort, otherwise you will miss the greater opportunities and better things you can have coming in the future. And in simple words, just improvements, and nothing should never stop. And this is mine only.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the second thing you mentioned really makes sense. Like being happy and satisfied, and also not satisfied and challenging yourself. It's like you need to just like float between these two things, right? Like you don't need to go to one category entirely and then suddenly come back. It's just like in and out. Yeah, very very well said. Thanks, Niharika.
Yeah, this is my own advice to myself, actually.
Very nice. Going to Mumbai and Dharmesh for his tips on this.
Sure, Biswa. So basically, one piece of advice that, or something that I have actually cherished or learned from my career is that the more you learn, you should actually keep sharing it as much as possible, and that you don't know, like you might inspire people to take up into their careers, into their tech lifestyle, and so on. So the more technology pieces you are learning, irrespective whether it is a technology or any fun thing that you're learning, the more you're going to share it, like the more you're going to inspire that. I mean, just taking an example, a few days ago, like even during this lockdown, like I myself like gave an certification, and then that inspired a flurry of folks, young developers, to kind of take up that certification, which actually inspired me a lot to kind of do that more. And that keeps me actually motivated. So I mean, that's my always like one of my mottos, which I keep posting everywhere, like keep learning, keep sharing. The more you share, you're going to benefit.
Absolutely. I mean, like, I think another side benefit of like also teaching others and sharing with others is like you also push yourself to know different things which you wouldn't have done. Like if, and I have seen you, Dharmesh, I think speaking, like giving talks, like in a bunch of places. It's not the only DevFest that you are speaking. I think yesterday you were speaking at a different thing. So yeah, I think that thank you for doing that. And I know for a fact that I think it is also helping you as a person, helping you as a developer and a leader. So
yeah, absolutely.
Going to the nearby city, Pune, Santosh, what's the best advice that you have ever got?
I think best advice which I got was, dude, start doing open source. And that was back in 2014. And it took me like 5 years. But yeah, that was the best advice. I think I gave it a thought and I started working on it, like even though it was late, but yes, I finally did it. And it was from my friend who is in Canada right now.
Yeah, thanks, Santosh. I think like you should just like name your blog open source.com or .net or something like that. I think your love for open source is very evident, and I think like folks like you make open source libraries and repos happen, which benefits lakhs of developers across the world. So yeah, thanks for I think your service to the developer world. Coming home to Bangalore with Shweta and Kamal. Shweta, what would be your advice for developers what's the best advice that you have ever got?
Well, Viswa, the best piece of advice that I can think of that I've got in my career, it was back in 2015 from one of my ex-managers. She told me that, you should know when to accelerate in your career and when to pedal. And that kind of stuck with me because I realized that, and how I interpreted it was that initially, early on in your career, if you accelerate, and by accelerate, I don't mean that you kill yourself with so much work, but rather just be aggressive in understanding what you're passionate about, what your real interests are. Because, and going back to what I said earlier, that your career is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So if you want to continue doing something for a long time, you should at least love that or be passionate about that, be interested in that. So I took that advice and I gave myself that much time to discover what my real interests are. As I told you, I started out as a software engineer, but I didn't really enjoy that much. And then it was like a self-discovery that I'm really passionate about machine learning. And the other thing is, when it comes to peddling, I don't mean that, just be complacent. Rather, I would say that sometimes when you figured out that, like you're in a happy place, that you like this, and but still, like it's a constantly evolving word, and there's so much, I would say, distractions out there that you feel like, am I doing something right? That I'm, probably in the same company since so many years, or I've been doing the same thing. But if you're actually learning and you're growing in the same field, that's actually good for you. So cut off that noise and just go with the flow. Sometimes it's hard to realize that whatever you're doing right now, is it going to be beneficial or not? Because we live in uncertain times, but it all, connects in the future. So I think I would say that was the best piece of advice that I got.
I can't agree more, and I think I can share my personal experience. And also, this is similar to, I think, let's say, sports person finding what sport he wants to play professionally and probably sticking with that club or team for a long time. One, because I think you know what you are going to do, so you are happy that you are doing the right thing. But giving that time and that happiness to yourself, that you are also like sort of like in a steady state to enjoy that. Enjoying, and I think people just constantly say that, hey, I'm this where I am earning this. Then if I don't go to this, then I am probably not doing it right, and I'm just falling behind other people and things like that. Just like cutting, I think you rightly said that, cutting that noise and being in that happy place where you are learning and you are enjoying your life and professional life. It's amazing. It's a blissful experience. I have been at Google for almost 7 years. I hope, that's what I think, like I hear for the time. But yeah, like I think, and I don't want to say that every day will be a good experience. It will fluctuate. Some days will be really tough, both from a professional, and I think the company that you are in, you would be challenged someday, which will actually challenge you.
Of course.
And some days will be also, days goes by. But yeah, be in that happy spot. Try to reach that happy spot and be there.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Lastly, Kamal, I would love to know more about, I think, what's the advice that stuck to you, your head and heart?
Yeah, I think one useful advice that I encountered and I still follow, in fact, is whenever you face with challenges, do not see challenges as an obstacle, rather see them as like a learning factor, and see how you can actually tackle it. Because in today's world, the moment they are faced with challenges, everybody either tries to quit it and they say, that's it, I'm done with it, I'm never going to try. So I feel challenges are not to put you in spot and embarrass you or point at you or something like that. It is just to make sure that to see how far you can go, see what is your potential and what wonders you can come up with. So I think that is something which I learned and I still follow personally or in career wise. So never see challenges as an obstacle.
Very well said. Thank you, Kamal. Yeah, I think they will come, and I think like different people relate to challenges in a very different manner. Some become more defensive, some become more offensive. Nobody knows what's the right answer to it, to be honest. But yeah, like I think just many people just go to that zone of feeling very guilty about it and like self-blaming themselves that they are not good enough, or their luck is, they have a bad luck going on, or like I have seen all types of people both in family and I think in like professional life. So but yeah, like not attaching that challenging time and environment to your own personality, to what you are as a person, and not taking it personally is very, very crucial. And yeah, I think like sometimes you will win, sometimes you will lose. Just move on. I think so. That would be that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of giving a try and see how it works.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks. So thank you so much, all of you. Like, thanks so much for coming. Thanks all the panelists, and thanks all the viewers for hearing us. I hope it was enjoyable, it was useful, it was informative. I really hope you have tons of fun and tons of learning in the next 3 days. I think the DevFest organizers have done a brilliant job of making this learnings into small sized pieces and splitting it into multiple days, which will help you learn better, come prepared, and so on. I think many people have said it before: be very responsive, be very respectful on the channels that you are engaging. Finally, thank you so much for joining. Hope you have a lot of fun. Signing out and handing it over to Pranay and Karthik. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Beswa. Good evening, India. Namaste, namaskar, vanakkam. Hope you all enjoyed the panel discussion. I would really like to thank all the panelists for sharing their knowledge and stories with us. I am Karthik Derasari from GDG Cloud Ahmedabad.
I am Prananda, DG Cloud New Delhi, and we are excited to host you at DevFest India.
This is my fourth DevFest and I have enjoyed each one of them. DevFest 19 was an experience which I'm going to treasure lifelong. It had all the elements of excitement, nervousness, fun, and whatnot. I went to 3 DevFest last year and really enjoyed each one of them. So, by the way, Pranay, what is the most favorite DevFest memory of yours?
Karthik, my favorite DevFest memory has to be 1,000 people standing in a large hall wearing Indian caps that say I am developer and creating a human wave. Oh boy, what a feeling that was. Watching those videos today still gives me goosebumps. What has been your DevFest memory? What's your favorite DevFest memory? What's been your favorite GDG memory?
I really loved organizing and volunteering during DevFest, and I also really like attending DevFest around my region. So that is the best part that I feel. And who cannot forget the networking part, like connecting to 1,000 developers. And while visiting 2-3 DevFest, you get to connect a lot of people. So that is the best part that I feel about DevFest.
How did you join GDG, Karthik, by the way, if you don't mind sharing that with our people here in the audience?
Yeah, sure. So I was like in my second or third year, probably in my university times, and I got to know about Google Developer Groups Ahmedabad, which was running in our region, and I started attending their meetups and everything. I also got to know about Google Developer Groups Cloud Ahmedabad, which is a cloud community, especially. And then I started helping out them with volunteering. I helped them for their first Cloud Community Day event last year, and then eventually they liked my work and they onboarded me as an organizer. So that is how my journey looks like around GDG.
That's a pretty inspiring story. If I were to share my story, I went to a GDG cloud meetup about 2 years ago, and the motive behind was that because I had just got GCP certified, and I wanted to meet other people who were looking out to learn Google Cloud. And I just remember relating to this feeling. I went in and then I said, "Oh man, these are such nice people. They're also teaching cloud. They're handing out certificates. They're giving away swags. They're giving us pizzas for lunch. Oh my god!" It was such a crazy feeling. I just felt for that, like what nice people I have met today. That was a great feeling for me. So yeah, it's been pretty great 2 years. I just happened to, I don't know, it has just been an exciting journey for the past 2 years. For the past 2 years, organizing meetups across the entire Delhi NCR region, and yeah, it's been a lovely journey for me. How about you?
Yeah, same around me too. So by the way, I wanted to know, like, have you ran out of swags and pizzas during your meetups, like
I
during any of them?
I rather have a funny story. I haven't ran out, but we ran in excess. So there was this one meetup where we had 100 pizzas. Only 20 people turned up. And then me and my team, even Sakshi and everyone else, was below the Huda City Center metro station, which is a large metro station. And we were distributing pizzas and Coke, and people were looking at us with such shady looks. and it's just different when you're distributing pizzas and Coke to random public. Nobody does that. It was a crazy experience, a funny one indeed.
Yeah, we also had one experience like we planned a meetup on Sunday and it eventually rained so much on Saturday night and no one turned up on the Sunday meetup. And there also we had a situation like we had 60 extra pizzas and 60 cokes. So that is how our experiences.
Crazy. Uh, let's ask the audience, how did they come to know about the DevFest for the first time? Uh, Please comment in the chat section. We would love to know, how did you get started? When did you attend your first DevFest? Where was it? How was your experience? Please let us know the response.
By the way, Pranay, I can see the chats are really blowing up with all the vibrance of our audience.
Oh, that's amazing. All right, the next track is web. Web might be the oldest kid on the block when everyone is talking about mobile, cloud, and ML today, but it's like essential worker, right? I mean, nobody thinks about the web. People, web is pretty essential. Web still forms the backbone of the way all these technologies are consumed and delivered. Web is how beautiful experiences are delivered every day to people, and that is how web is what makes our lives easier.
Absolutely, like almost all of our tech education has started with writing C++ code, followed by followed up by building a website with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So, like, do you remember the first website that you built?
Please don't make me cry. I'm an ops person. We only write YAML.
Don't worry. I remember when I first started web development, I didn't know where to begin. But one thing that always I keep in mind is that the toughest part is the beginning. So once you begin, everything goes on there. So just got a question that do people know which is the very first website that was built across the globe? Answer this in the chat section. Okay, I can give you a hint. It is something around www. Huh. You all are just amazing. The site was about the World Wide Web project.
All right. Without further ado, let us talk about what will happen in the web track for the next 3 days. Today we have two experts with us, and we are sure you will leave the day with loads of knowledge and wisdom.
Sure. Introducing our speakers of the web track for day 1, we have Srishti Jain and Varsha Jaiswal. Srishti is a Google developer expert for Angular and an engineer at Vantage Technologies, while Varsha is a WTM ambassador and co-organizer of GDG Jalandhar.
Today, our speakers will help you to build a small part of an amazing Pokemon website from scratch. It would be more than just a plain site. It would be fast, integrated, reliable, engaging, and progressive web app deployed over Firebase. Whoa, that's a lot of fire and Pokemons here. Go, Charizard!
Okay, passing the mic to our speakers. So let's welcome Srishti and Varsha. Over to you folks.
Hello everyone, welcome to the web track of DevFest India. So this will be a beginner track. I hope you will be having a fun over here. So over here, I and Varsha are gonna create a awesome Pokemon website, and that we will deploy on Firebase. So stay connected. So first, quickly before we start, I'll let you know the agenda of this session. So first will be we will be introducing you with the Angular, like what is that and why we will need that. Next, we will set up the environment to create the Angular application using CLI. And after that, we will be discussing the architecture of the Angular application, and then we will start our awesome Pokemon application, right? And then we will after that we will deploy the same on Firebase. So yeah, this is going to be fun. And over here you can see this is our end result. So I can see this awesome Pokemon listing over there on website. So let's see how we can go. So a quick introduction to Angular. So basically, when we start searching for Angular, right, there are few different terms which came out and we just got confused sometimes. So just to clear that confusion, when somebody is saying there is Angular JS, so what they are actually meaning is there was one framework which was Angular 1.0, 1.1 or so on. So it was there. It is right now over there. But now when someone is saying Angular, so that means is Angular 2.0, Angular 4, 5, 6, and right now it is on version 10, and other version are going to be there. So those things versions are known as Angular. So just don't get confused in between both of these things. Yep. So basically, Angular is client-side JavaScript framework. So client-side means user's browser, right? And to display anything over there, we just use HTML, we use CSS, JavaScript, and all other things to display over there, and we create websites, right? So anything which is there to show on a client side, and framework is basically a bundle of all other things which we can use, and we don't have to code so much for the core functionality. The framework will provide us those core functionality right away, right? So this is what a framework is. So if maybe you want to create any routing, or maybe you have to do any API calls, right? So what you will do is if you are doing it in vanilla JavaScript, so you may have to write a lot of code to give a call to an API. But over here there are HTTP clients. Over here for routing there is available modules are over there. So you just have to import that module, and then you are good to use that. So something like that frameworks provide gives us to create our application. So it is a framework, right? So everything is over there. It is basically used to create a single page application. So what exactly single page application means is when you use any website, so you will say when you click on any particular link, you will see that it is changing the it is refreshing when you are changing any links and all. So if you are using single page application, it will just update the part which you requested. Maybe if you click on any particular button and you want to refresh any particular area, it will just refresh that thing. So that's what single page application means, and we will discuss about this more in when we will start using writing in our code. So I'll explain it over there more. So basically it is written in TypeScript. So TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. So anything which is written inside the JavaScript, like TypeScript, it is it is correct JavaScript, right? So our Angular application, it is totally into written in using TypeScript over there. Okay, so let us just go and try to set up the environment. Let's understand how we can set up the environment to create our Angular application, right? So very fast, whenever you start for it, so you will need to install Node.js into your system. So why do we need Node.js for Angular? Just because we need to install, use that npm Node Package Manager. So Node comes up with this package manager, and it helps a lot when you are you have to download those packages and also. So that's why we will have to install Node.js. So just go to this particular site, and just go and check whatever version is compatible for your system. Just download that and install. That's all. After that, we will have to install this TypeScript. So you will go to this particular link. So just go and download the TypeScript and install it into your system. After that, you will have to install the Angular CLI. So CLI is basically a command line interface. So what you have to do is just go to your command prompt, give this particular command over there, and you are ready to go. Like it will be installed in some time. Like it won't take more than 5 minutes, I guess, and I'm saying more, so it won't take more than that. So it will be installed, and then I guess we are ready to go. So after that, like I will be using in this session, I will be using purely this Visual Studio Code. So it is a really awesome editor, and I would recommend you, if you are not using any particular editor you like, you can go for this one. This is really good. Okay, so getting started with Angular. So let me just quickly switch to my desktop. Maybe. Okay. Okay, so what we will do here is let us just quickly create an application. So what I'm doing is I'll say okay, go to command prompt, and yeah, it is opening. Yeah, so it is there. I'll write I want to create a new application. So what I'll do is I'll say ng new, and then I will give a name to that application. So I'm saying okay, give DevFest new app. Okay, so I'm just creating this application. So let's say over here we are just using this particular command, and it will give us a template website which we need to use in our application. So this is over here. You will see it will ask us, would you like to add Angular routing? So as I already told you, it comes up with many other modules. So it is asking if we want routing over there to be included. We say okay, yes. It will ask us, okay, style format, which style format do you want to use? So maybe I'll go with SCSS. So you just have to go up and down with the up and down arrow, and you can select whatever you want to. So over here you can see it will create a lot of files over here, and right now it is trying to install npm. So which is like installing all the packages. So it will be installed in some time. So let us go to our application. Before this is our app, right? And let's quickly open it in Visual Studio Code. So I'll give a command, yeah, and it is opening. So this will be basically our very first Angular application. So to run this application, what you have to do is just go to the terminal. This is integrated terminal provides, and so we will go over here. We will write ng serve. We have to just run this application, right? So if we'll do this ng serve, it will like run this application. So before we start, I'll just quickly tell you how these what is the architecture, like if there are a lot of files, what these files exactly means. So over here first we will see this package JSON file. So if you have worked on any front end thing or something, so there is this package JSON over here. This package JSON file will tell our npm to, okay, like this is the particular Angular like packages, and this will be its version. Please download it for me. So over here, if you'll see, it will be downloading all those packages for us in background. If you'll see over here, it is downloading it right away for us. It is installing it. So this is how it works. All the packages are over there. It is Angular JS, like our npm. It will take care of this thing. So before, like, how our system will know this is particular application is an Angular application, and it have to run those ng commands on that. So it understand by this Angular JSON file. Over here, it will tell all about the schema of our application. Okay, this will be the prefix, this will be the build output, which should be over there. This should be the assets. These are the style files, and so on. These things we can, any changes we need to do, we can do it from here, right? Any build related changes, any name related changes, we can do it from here. After that, more than that, there is karma, there is like those things, testing things are also available for Angular, but right now in this session we won't cover it. We try to create application. So over here, if you'll see, there is first thing, if you have created any particular web application, so you might have known that this starts with index.js file, right? So over here we also have this index.js file, and over here you can see this a small app root. So this tag, it is not already created, this tag we have created. Okay, so what it is there is, this HTML page will be static, and this all our content will be rendered over there in particular this thing, and our page won't refresh every time when we click on any particular link. Okay, so okay, I think it should be visible, and let's go to our this app module. So basically Angular is created using, it is divided by, it is creating, like there are multiple components, and then we are adding those components into the modules. So this is how our Angular application builds, and Angular is basically a building block of the component. So there will be multiple component, and then you will be adding it into the same page, and then those components are interacting with each other, like how will use case will be. So it will be something like that. So over here you can see, let me just quickly open that the template application which we will be using, and I'll explain you through that only. Okay, so from here you can see there is one app module, right? Inside this app module we have these import statements, and this import statement, there is one declaration array, there is one imports array, and this providers array, and then bootstrap. Okay, so what basically these ng module, these term means, so I'll just quickly explain it to you, so that like it would be good for you to start. So inside, what when our compiler know, like this particular thing is a like Angular module, so when they will see this tag, our compiler will see this tag above any function, so it will understand, okay, this is this function, this particular app module function is going to be a module, right, for Angular module, and over there in its meta definition, it will be there, all other things which we need to include over there. Okay, so let's say it says it needs browsers module. There are many platform browser module, like it is internal dependency which Angular wants you to add, so that your application will be compatible for different browsers too. And like right now we have this routing module we have. So over here it is created a global folder, and inside that we do have this header footer, right? So something like that. So let's just quickly run this application. So basically this is a Pokemon application, and this will be a sample template, and from here then we will start it. So I'm doing ng serve. So it is taking some time. Okay, it took some time. When you are showing it to someone, it took some time. So that's fine. Yeah. So after that there is, if you want to see like these are the components. This is header component, and how our compile, like this is particular thing is a component. So this is basically a class, same as module. Module was a class, right? If you'll see a particular module, this module will be a class, right? But this compiler will know it is a component. Here this is a component decorator, so which will tell our compiler like, yeah, this is Angular component, and this is the particular definition where what will be the selector. If you want to use, you can use this particular tag, and you can add it over there wherever you want to add, right? So those things will be there. So our application is running. Let me quickly show you. Yeah, so this is what Pokemon, like we added this. Let me open. Okay, so this is our app component. So when I showed you that index.html, right? So over there is that app root. So what is particular this app root is, like this is the component, and we added this component over there. So selector was over there. Right now what we want to do inside the app root, we want to include this header, right? So if we will add this header, it will be visible over here. You can see. Let's say I want to include this footer. So this is this footer, and if I'll save it and I'll switch to this is the footer, right? Let's say over here it is a this app route. Inside the app route, whenever we want to route to any particular component, we put it inside that. So what I have to do is, I'll just quickly go and create maybe a home component, right? And inside that, okay, let me ask it. Okay, it will open the integrated terminal. I'll say, okay, Angular, like I'm requesting my CLI, ng generate component. So ng g c, g stands for generate and c stands for our particular component. So I'll ask it create home component inside there. So I'll say enter, and over here, yep, this home component is created. You can see, right? So it says home works. So how this is, what I'll do is, I'll just quickly go to the route, routing. Where is my routing? Okay, what I'll do is, let me show you how we can go over here. This is our tags, right? We'll just copy it, and we'll say inside our HTML over here, we'll say, okay, I just want it to be like this. If I'll save it, we can see this component, right? This is correct. So what we have to do is, right now, what we want is, whenever we will just open our home page, we don't want to add tag, we want router outlet to work at that time. So we will just remove it, and we will ask, let's save it, and we will go to our router, and over here what we will do is we will ask it, okay, whenever there will be a path, let's say it is blank, there is nothing on there, right? So maybe we can write home if it is like that. So let's say we want it to be blank, and then we are using we want to use component. So I'll say, okay, I want home component. So suggestion is there, so I'll just add it. Yeah, this is imported, so I'll just quickly save it, and let's see if we can just go. Yeah, this homework is over there, and we don't have that included over here, right? So I guess you understand like how we can add the component inside the route. Maybe what I'll do is I'll say home and I'll save it, and right now it is not there. If I'll change the route to home, it will say yeah. So it is something like that. How this is so easy, like how you can add these routes into your application. So I'm just removing it from here, so it will be there by default. So let me just quickly kind of tell you how we can go just get rid of these tabs, and this is our header, right? This is particular our home component. Yeah, so on inside our home component there's nothing. So what we want to do is we just need to fetch a list from a particular site. Let me show you the site. So if you'll open this is the open API. Yeah, so if you'll hit on this, it will give you the account, like all other Pokemon, list of the Pokemons, right? So we will be using this open API over here, so you can use it. Yeah, it is a RESTful API for Pokemon, and it gives like all kind of details about those Pokemon. So we will be using this particular API inside our application. Yeah, so what basically what we have to do is we have to quickly create a service. Service means we have to do an API call. So over here what we'll do, we will ask over here, we will go at our home. Yeah, so over here I say, okay, I want to ng please generate service for me, which says service slash let's say Pokemon service. Let's say Pokemon, it will add a service by default. Let's hit it. So it will create a service for us. Over here you can see a folder because I asked for it, and then there is one particular service, and over here you can see how our this compiler knows it is service. There is this injectable, right? So injectable will help us, and will let our compiler know that this particular thing will be a service. So over here what we have to do is we have to import this HTTP client module, right? So let me check if it is already added over here inside the module. Okay, so I will have to add this HTTP client. Okay, so I'll write inside the modules will be imported inside this imports array. Components will be declared over here in this declaration array. Okay, so we will just add it. We'll say this is our HTTP module, right? So I'll just let me just copy it. We don't have much time because we have to deploy it on Firebase too. So I'll just do it quickly from my side. So what I'm doing is I'll just add the get method So I'm just copying it from here and I'll add it. Let me do it. Yeah, so what I have done is I have added this particular this I have imported this service over here, injectable, and then I have created this list over here inside our application. So this list API will give us the list, right? So okay, so if you'll see, let me just quickly copy paste this service. And so I have added this list. I have given this particular page number. I want this page number to be displayed first, and then the limit I want 20 maybe. Okay, and then I'm asking, okay, HTTP, I'm hitting a GET request, and then I'm getting this response. So basically my service thing is done over here, and then I'll go and open my home component. I'll ask, okay, I do have previously created this template, so I'll just go and paste this template. Like basically it is just an HTML which I'll be using like over here. And over here, if you see, what I'll do is I want to fetch that. So what I'll do is I'll write a fetch method. So my fetch method is over here, right? And what I want is I want these particular things to be there. So I'm just copy pasting that. Okay. For now I'm adding any. So this Pokemon list is over here, and let me just, like, we don't have much time, so let me just quickly do it for you. So this is my home component, and over here what I have done is I have added this particular service injectable inside my constructor, and then I'm like declaring these particular variables, and then I'm like on nginit, which is like it will run whenever our component is initialized. So whenever we will do fetch, it will fetch the data and add to inside the list. Let's try to save it. Yeah, it is there. It works. So what we need is let's try and refresh if it works. We will have to, yeah, over here you can see. So we have added this particular HTML over here, and inside the service we have just did and over here we can see these results. So what I have done is I have created this particular variable for this our service, and I'm calling this list function inside the service, and I send the particular things which I need, and then I subscribed it. So over here you can see it is loaded. Now we may have to create more pages for that, right? So whenever we will click on that, it should open other page, right? So it is needed. So right now I think I don't have much time, so maybe I'll just quickly share the previously created link with you, and we serve port. So I'll ask for, because my on default port other application is running, so I'll run it on separate port. So it will be up in a few minutes maybe. Yeah, so till it is working. So over here you can see inside that I have created this Pokemon component. and inside this Pokemon component we have written, and we have just hit this particular details. So we are getting this details from the Pokemon like open API. And also what we have done inside our route, you will go inside our route, we have created one more route which says if it is Pokemon and then ID, so then we have to open this Pokemon route. And over here then we are using this particular ID from our route, and then we are sending it this ID to our this what you call to our service, and then it is giving us back this the result. So I think it is taking some time. Yeah, it will be up in some time. So till then, let's see. Yeah, it is there. I am waiting for this to get up. Yeah, this like these things on when we are doing live coding, it took some time. When you are like waiting for it, it took some time. So that's okay. I think like it is like you are able to follow. I'm not able to like add much time over there, but yeah, I guess this will help you to start. So let's write on this. Yeah, so on over here it is running, right? You can see our Pokemons. We can see the list of Pokemons. If we'll click on some, like click on this, it will give us details. So this is all things we can do. There are a lot of things we are going to do in our next like sessions. So yeah, so let us just quickly like go to Varsha, and yeah, so let's just switch to Varsha, and yep, we will deploy it on this application on Firebase. Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome to the day one of DevFest India. So, how are you all? Here I am, Varsha Jaiswal, organizer and WTM ambassador of GDG WTM Jalandhar, working as a software developer at Edpora Infotech, and here today to take you through for the Firebase hosting part for the application which you created and which we all did with Srasti today. So let's move and let's just talk about that what Firebase is and how to host your application there. So talking about Firebase, it's a unified app platform for Android, iOS, and mobile web development. It helps us to build applications faster without managing the infrastructure, which is really a hectic part for each and every developer. And there are various reasons to use Firebase, and one of the most reason is that you can deploy any type of application. You can use Firebase or integrate Firebase with any type of application out there, be it mobile, web, Unity, or anything. And if I'll just talk deeply about the services which Firebase provides, you can build better applications using services like cloud functions, authentication, and app real-time database, and many more things. And it's not only that you are building better application, you can really improve your application quality by using performance monitoring and various other services present out there. Every developer, if you're building any application, you want your application to be used on a larger scale. And for the same, to increase the growth and to engage with more users, you can use these services like cloud messaging, dynamic links, prediction, and many more things. Why I'm saying this is there are enormous number of things which you can do with just a single dashboard. You really don't need to hop anywhere. Like, okay, for this you are hopping in and you are like multiple platforms or so. You can just have one account and manage each and everything at one single place. Isn't it awesome? I'll today just focus on the Firebase hosting part, and I'll help you out to host the Pokemon application which we created today. Why Firebase hosting is in demand? Because it's a fully managed hosting service for static and dynamic web applications, or even any applications, along with microservices too. You can deliver the content faster at any place because it is SSD-backed hosting all across the globe. Also, it provides free SSL certificates for the custom domains. And not only that, you can deploy your application with just a single command. So you don't really need to think about the things that, okay, what are the codes we need to write? And if I'll just go deeply that, okay, why Firebase hosting is needed and why we should be using that. So in detail, it's, okay, first is you can deliver your web content faster. You can deploy your single page web application, your mobile app landing page, or anything, even a progressive web application without any issues. It also provides SSD-backed hosting. That means that your content will be delivered faster. And even if you have uploaded so many files, that will be cached on SSDs using CDNS servers all across the globe. So it will be very fast. Third is free SSL certificates for custom domains. So if you're creating any custom domain, we really need to go through those verification process, which is very painful. But Firebase does this and configures this SSL certificates automatically. So you don't really need to hop here and there for the verification process. Fourth is deploy with one command. You just need to write one from the local directory. You just need to write one single command, and your application will be deployed on Firebase, and you'll be able to use and you'll be able to access it from anywhere. If you want to manage the releases of your website or of your application, whatsoever is there, you can just do it with a single click from Firebase console. Why I'm saying this is, suppose if your website is having 8 versions, if you want to roll back to 6th version, so you just need to move to Firebase console, go to the hosting part, select the 6th version and do rollback. And again, if you want to move back to the current or latest version, you can again select the latest version and go with that, okay, I want to roll back on this particular version. So it's very easy. You really don't need to manage all the codes of that 4th or 5th version. You can just redeploy it and roll back to those versions from Firebase console. So now the question is how to host the website. We have talked that, okay, these are the advantages and these are the things which we can do. So how to host the website? For this, you need to install Firebase CLI, and the command for this is npm install -g firebase-tools. -g is just to install the Firebase globally in your system. Then you need to log into Firebase for the authentication purpose, and for the first time to initialize the project, you just need to use Firebase init to initialize the project which you have created on your Firebase console. And then if you want to see that, okay, what is the project going on the website or like on the application part, after deployment, you can just see, write down Firebase serve, and it will serve the local host URL for you, where you can just check out that, okay, how the website will look like. And the last part is Firebase deploy, to deploy your web application or any application which you want to deploy. Again, if you just want to, like, okay, you have deployed, initialized, and done all the things for the first time, you want to do it for the second time, you just need to build the code, and again, you just need to write Firebase deploy, and your application will be deployed within less than 2 minutes or based on the internet speed that you will be having. So yeah, let's jump to the demo part. Let's see that how to create the project and how to deploy the project on the Firebase console. Okay, so we'll just start with the Firebase project creation. For that, you need to visit on console.firebase.google.com, and you need to log in with your Gmail account or with your account to just move ahead and create the project. So let's create a project, and I'll just name it as Pokemon-DevFest India. Here it will also assign you an ID which will be unique. You can change it, and you just need to make sure that, okay, it's unique or not. Then we will just continue, and it will ask you that, okay, you want to use Google Analytics for this Firebase project or not. So you can integrate it easily to just check on that, okay, free unlimited reporting, cache free users, and for many other cases. If you just enable this Google Analytics for this project and if you'll continue, it will ask you to create a Google Analytics account, or you just choose the account so that you can integrate with the same. I'll not go for this one, and I'll just deselect it and I'll create the project. Meanwhile, the project is creating. Let's install that Firebase tools in our system. So this is the code which you just built with Srishti today. So let's install. I have already installed this in my Firebase, like in my system. So I'll not go with this part, but you can go with this. Till the time a project is getting created, it's created, so you can just continue and it will land you to the dashboard with all the features of Firebase, be it storage, hosting, and many other things. So if you really want to like deep dive that okay, what you want to do, what you not want to do, like what are the things available, and go through the docs, and also there are docs available, videos available, and code lab present there on the website, which you can go through for further studies. So let's once the Firebase tool has been installed in your system, you just need to log in, and for that you need to write Firebase login. This command is used to connect your CLI with your account, with your console, which we just created, and to log in with the same email account. I have already logged into my account, so I'll not go with this part. And once you have logged in, it will just ask you for like allowing the things, and once you've logged in, you need to initialize the project. So for that, you need to write Firebase init. Why it is used to initialize the project which you have just created, and to select all the services which you want to use in your project. So there are various services which you can select by arrow keys, database, Firestore, functions, hosting, and many more. And if you want to select hosting, you just need to click space and it will be selected, and then you can just select enter. Now it will ask you that do you want to use any existing project, or do you want to create any project? So as we all created the project, use the existing project, and for that you just need to click, and then there will be list of projects which you have created on your Firebase console, and you have to select the project which you want to work on. So we'll just select this Firebase DevFest India project and click enter. Now it is going to ask that what do you want to use as your public directory. What does it mean as public is, like suppose if you are creating whatever you want, like the single page application, or like what you want to deploy on your web application or on your Firebase, sorry. So now I'll just name it dist here. I'll tell you why I'm naming it dist, because this is Angular application, and once you will be building it, it will create a dist folder for you. So as I wrote this, now it is asking that, okay, for the single page application, do you want to rewrite all the URLs, and it will update your index.html file, which is the file which is actually the landing page once you visit the website. So I'll just go with no here, and then the CLI will ask you that do you want to set up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. I'll go with no for this one as of now. So now it has initialized the project. And as you can see that, okay, this folder has been created, and there is one index.html file that what will be the landing page with 1404 file. What if the router is not, what if the page is not present? Then the second is firebase.src file, which will just take care that, okay, what is the project, and then Firebase JSON file, which is just a JSON file that, okay, what is the public directory, what are the things which we need to do. Now, if you just write Firebase serve, so it will just serve the project, and it will give you the link like localhost 5000. So we'll visit it and we'll see that, okay, what it is. So this is the landing page of Firebase. Now you want that Pokemon application to be there. So you just need to end this, and you need to build your project, the Angular project. For that, I'm so sorry, the command is ng-build. So the code will be building, and as you can see, it will build in the dist library folder. Okay. So yeah, the code is building, and yes, it's done. Now inside this folder, this is the folder that is your project name, build. Now you just need to change it in firebase.json file because this is what which needs to be your public directory. So you'll just need to name devfest-india -web and track. So this is what your project will be. Now let's solve it once again to just check it out that okay, things are on the same page or not. So yeah, it's serving, and let's refresh the page. Now we can see this Pokemon page available here, right? So we are good to go. We have checked it out that okay, the things are working very nicely. So just you need to do Firebase deploy, and it will deploy your project with just a single command. It's saying it's hosting, and yeah, the file is being hosted, uploading new files, and yeah, it will give you one URL which you just need to copy and you need to paste it down, and you'll be able to see the Pokemon application deployed on Firebase. So isn't it amazing, right? And yes, this index.html file and 404.html, you can delete it. So you just need to, maybe you can select them and you can delete them like this. Okay, I want to move it to trash, and again you just need to select Firebase deploy, and it will deploy your application with a single command. Okay, so let's get back to the slides. This was the demo which we just did to deploy our Pokemon application on Firebase. I hope that we all are on the same page. With that, thank you so much, and thank you for being the part of DevFest India. Bye bye, take care.
Hi. Varsha and Srishti might have not won the Johto League championships, but they've definitely championed the hearts of all the web developers in the audience with their lovely session. It was amazing to listen to you, Srishti and Varshi. I never thought of web this way. Maybe I should try some development after all.
Sure, Pranay, you should try webs sometime. If you have watched the ML and mobile tracks earlier, you already have known that how we rule. So here comes the quiz time. And these are not boring quizzes like you had in your class. Here you can win prizes if you answer it right and answer it first.
It's quiz time. We've created a list of questions. Go to the link that is on the screen. So what are you waiting for? Start attempting.
We are sure you might be thinking that what are we missing out on something? Yeah, there are amazing swags in line for you. So here is your chance to win some cool t-shirts, some mugs and stickers. You only have to open the Google Form link and submit your answers. Please make sure that your login email ID is the same email ID that which you registered.
Hey Karthik, do you think it's going to rain?
It seems like yes, it's the time for the last track of DevFest India Day 1, which is Google Cloud. So Google Cloud fans, make some noise in the chat. We are thrilled to introduce our lineup of exciting speakers to share knowledge with you. Our first speaker for today's cloud track is one such fine and talented person. I have met him once in the past and his simplicity and humility has inspired me a ton.
He's a Google Cloud authorized trainer. He's a Google developer expert for Google Cloud Platform. He's one of the only handful of people to have almost all Google Cloud certifications with a total of 9. His YouTube channel, Awesome GCP, has instilled confidence in thousands of people looking to get GCP certified but aren't sure if they're ready. He's someone that I personally look up to, and simply knowing him has been a privilege for me.
That's really amazing, and it is my privilege to welcome Satish Vijay. So let's put our hands together and welcome Satish.
Hello everybody, welcome to this session, Cloud 101, and this is where every cloud application starts. My name is Satish Vijay, I'm a developer expert on Google Cloud. I also run this channel called Awesome GCP on YouTube, where I help people learn and understand Google Cloud and also prepare for the certifications. What I'm going to walk you through today is to understand what is a cloud, what are the core components, and what is the hierarchy that builds up. So we're going to take a bottom-up approach where we look at each of the core components and build that up into the larger pieces. Then once we reach there, we're going to work our way back down with actual examples. We're going to do a demo so that we go through this process of understanding how it starts from the bottom up and then come down, setting all of those that required infrastructure so that we can put out a basic app. In doing that, we also need to take care of security. And today we're going to focus a little bit on network security. Having all that in place, the next step is to build our app and then have that be accessed from different places. Working with the cloud, of course, you also don't want runaway costs for the resources that you provision and use. So we'll also see how we can investigate these costs. Now, the first place to start with is to understand what is the cloud itself. And what are you doing on the cloud? Essentially, what you're doing on the cloud is to do some kind of computing, some kind of processing, some kind of calculation. So every time there is an input that is coming in, we want to process it in some way and then send it out to some kind of output. These inputs are usually in some persistent storage, like a hard disk. So you take it from the storage, you bring it into memory such that the CPU can then access that memory and do the calculation. That processing, it need not be just mathematical calculation, of course. It could also be, say, working with a database or helping somebody do a transaction online. All of those processing and transactions and calculations are done in memory and in the CPU. Once that is done, this can of course be sent back to the user or also can be put back into storage. So a computing unit has to have an input. It has to have some kind of processing and output, and that is the essential computer. So when we look at the cloud, we have to consider it from two angles, or rather two layers. One, there is the physical layer, the hardware, the wires that actually connect all these things together. And then above that, there is an abstraction. There is a logical layer where some of this hardware is sliced and diced in different ways to give you a different representation of what is underneath. So for the most part, in certain kind of services, you don't need to consider the underlying hardware. Say, for example, in the case of what is called serverless or managed services. But what we will do today is to understand from the core components and therefore how it is used, how you can build your own, and also to understand how it is going to be priced. So in the physical view, as I mentioned, the cloud starts with the computer, right? It is said that the cloud is essentially somebody else's computer that you're renting for a while. And what does that require? It requires for the processing, input, output, and processing, it requires that there be some processing unit, the CPU. It requires that there be some kind of persistent storage, right? So the input and the output could come from, say, old historic data, or data that just arrived yesterday that you need to process. Maybe if you're looking at, say, your Gmail, right? The Gmail is stored somewhere, so you need some kind of storage. And when the CPU is doing processing, it doesn't directly access it from the storage. Instead, it has to be bought into an intermediate storage, which is the RAM, the random access memory, which is much faster than the storage like a hard disk. Since these computers are somewhere else, you also need to have a way in which you connect to them, right? So a network is essential. When you're working at home on your own computer, you don't have this problem, right? You could isolate yourself from the network and just work on your computer alone because everything you need is there. However, in the case of a cloud, because these are computers somewhere else, you have to have a network also. So where are all these computers? Google has purchased all these computers and kept them ready for you to pick up and rent as and when you want. So this is one view of one lane in a data center where in these racks that you see on either side, there are many computers. Those racks is what you see over here as these lines over. All of this in a building, it has got multiple sources of power. And this whole setup, one building with all these racks and its own individual power sources, that is called a zone. Usually there are multiple zones that are together, right? In the case of Google Cloud, almost every one of these groups have 3 zones. And a collection of zones is called a region. There is one region that has got 4, but all the others have got 3. So this allows for redundancy in a local region, right? The alternate way is to have multiple regions and you have these redundancy that you want. Say if one system goes down or one area is affected by, say, a power outage or a flood or a political reason, you can always move your workload to another region. And these regions are going to be at least 100 miles apart. So a collection of zones make up a region, and the region is more of a logical concept, right? And what we see is these buildings and all that, which is what we refer to as a data center. And it is kind of something that you could use one term or the other to refer to this group of buildings that is serving you these machines, these virtual machines that you can rent out. These regions are spread across the world. Today there are 24 regions in various continents that Google operates. And as I said, each of these have at least 3 zones, which is why you've got 24 into 3, 72, and there's plus 1 in Iowa, which has got 4 zones. And these reach out to people across the world, and they're usually centered around places where there's a lot of people, right? So you want, when there's a large load of people, like you have cell towers today, right? In places where there's a large group of people, you're going to have more of these cell towers. Similarly, you typically have these regions where there's a lot of users who are coming in to use that. Google has also announced 9 new regions, which should make it the largest cloud provider in terms of the number of data centers. With all these regions spread apart, you also need to have a way for them to talk to each other. And this happens all over a very fast network that connects multiple parts of the world. Google today boasts of the most number of kilometers of network that it owns. There is undersea cables and terrestrial cables that crisscross the world, connecting all these different places and these data centers, which make sure that when you have to use, say, some service like, say, Gmail or YouTube, you're potentially going to the nearest data center, right? Because data that has to travel far distances take more time, and that increases latency. So ideally, you want to serve your users very quickly and very fast, which means you choose a data center close to where they're likely to be. So let's look at this hardware now, okay? And what are the different terms we have when working with this? A virtual machine is an abstraction of a part of a hardware machine. So you will have the CPU and the hard disk, but there is a way in which you can abstract that and make it look like there are, say, probably 2 or 3 machines that are being served by the same underlying hardware. And Google manages that for you, right? And it is possible that even the same machine is shared by 2 entirely different people, like 2 entirely different companies. But there is a clear separation between them that is managed by all the amazing software that ensures the separation of these entities. So this virtual machine that you saw is going to be in a zone, and that zone is going to be in a region. Of course, in a zone there are going to be multiple virtual machines, and in a region there can be multiple zones. We saw that typically there are 3, and of course there are many of these regions spread across the world. So now we've got a physical view of what is provided to you. Let's look at now a logical view. The starting point for us is to visualize where these computers are. As you saw in the earlier picture, on a single rack, you could have many computers that are available for you to rent. Right? So let us say this is just one section of that, and all the gray ones are still unused. A person, Mr. Blue, he comes in and says, you know what, I need 3 virtual machines. Google Cloud will then pick up 3 virtual machines that are currently available and allocate it to that person. Then say Mr. Red comes in and says, I want 2 virtual machines. Again, Google Cloud goes in and says which one of the machines are free and allocate 2 of them and provide it to Mr. Red. Now we need to have a way in which to ensure that Mr. Blue and Mr. Red, they don't have their workloads colliding with each other, right? Mr. Red shouldn't be able to access anything that is allocated to Mr. Blue and vice versa. So there should be a clear separation between them at a logical level, even if at the physical level they are very close to each other. The way you do that is you have a network. So again, going bottom up, a subnetwork is part of a bigger network. And in the diagram that we had earlier, our subnetwork is going to span a region. Now, when you work with certain other cloud providers, their subnetwork might be in a zone. But in the case of Google, in the case of Google Cloud, a subnetwork is going to span a region. So you don't need to create separate subnetworks for each of the zones. A single subnetwork is enough for one region. And there are going to be multiple such subnets that you can have in a region, and at least one subnet is typical. If there is a region that you're using, you will have a subnet over there. The subnet itself builds up into what is called the VPC network, or the virtual private cloud. So think of it this way. There is the physical cloud, right, which is all the hardware, all the machines and the racks and the zones and the regions, the data center itself. You are getting a part of it carved out for you, right? So in the earlier example, Mr. Blue and Mr. Red, they are in completely different networks. A logical view that separates each of them with no automatic access between them, but if they choose, they can of course have access. But by default, they do not have access even if these machines are right next to each other. Even if you're sharing the same CPU, a person who owns one network and a VM within that is completely different from a person who owns another network and has a VM in that. So, and all of this done with a software layer that logically separates these machines. Within a VPC network itself, you usually start off with having all access open within the subnet. This is normal, right? You want to keep it open. You don't have to, but typically you allow all machines, all virtual machines within there to access each other. You can also ensure that other machines, other virtual machines sitting in another part of the VPC network is also accessible. You could restrict access, but typically you tend to keep it such that your VPC network is isolated from everybody else, but within your VPC network you have enough access going around to get your task done. So as I mentioned, these two separate VPC networks, even though they're in the same project, they start off being completely isolated, right? These have no way of directly communicating, and even when we are doing the example later on, instead of creating multiple projects, for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to work with two networks in the same project with the knowledge that they start off being completely isolated. So typically machines within this VPC network can access each other, but across them they cannot be accessed. With that in place, now let's start creating a cloud application. What do we want in a cloud application? What we want is, we want to set up a virtual machine in each of these networks, what we'll call default and custom, and we'll see what those are soon. We will create a small web application called Hello World, and we want to be able to access it from an outside computer. So the machine that I'm working from, I want to be able to set up a web application that I've written and access it from anywhere. And of course, you should also be able to access it from each other. So our first demo takes us to the default network. When you create any project, by default, it creates a certain network for you. So if you go to the hamburger menu on the top, choose VPC networks, and then VPC network, you will see that by default, there is a network called default, which is of type auto. This is an auto mode network, and but it is given the name default. An interesting thing to notice about the default network is that it has automatically created subnets for you in all the regions that are currently available. So just to pick two of these as an example, right? So there's a region in Mumbai, which is Asia South 1. There's a region in Sydney, which is Australia Southeast 1. So on for each of the others that are these regions that are currently available, all of them have an automatic subnet created for you. So this creates certain defaults that allow you to work very quickly with these networks. So you don't need to set it up. As soon as you start a project, you can start creating virtual machines as you want and work with them. What we are going to do next is we're going to create a custom network. Okay. The way you create a custom network is like this. So you go to VPC networks, you say create VPC network, and I'm going to create the my custom net. We can go down to creating a subnet. Let us call it my subnet. We have to choose a region for it. For our example, let us say we chose US Central 1. And we also need to choose a IP address range. So in the earlier case, these IP addresses for the default network are automatically created for you. But when you're creating a custom network, nothing is created for you. So you need to create your own subnet. So let us choose something. Let's say we're going to allocate the addresses 10.130.00/24, which will give us a few IP addresses to work with. And that's all we need to create a custom net. So at this point, we can see that our custom net has been created, and so also a subnet with the IP address that we chose. So unlike the other one, which has got a default set of IP address allocated, we have complete control over how we allocate these IP addresses and which ones to allocate. So at this point, we now have a default network and a custom network, and even though they're in the same project, they really are not accessible, right? And we've got, this is my computer that I'm working from. Now, the next thing we should do is to create a virtual machine, right? So only the network is there, and we have not allocated any virtual machines, right? So there are all these computers ready for us that we can just rent out as we choose. The question now is, where do we want to create it? What kind of machines do we want to create? What we are going to do is, in the first example, we are going to create a virtual machine using the Cloud Shell. The Cloud Shell is a terminal provided to you to your account when accessing Google Cloud Platform, so that if you are comfortable with the command line, or if you are faster with the command line, you can run command line options rather than clicking in the UI and creating your, working with your resources. The alternative would be, of course, you can always work on your own terminal, right? You can go onto iTerm or your terminal or your DOS prompt and say, connect to this particular project, give it permissions, and then start to work with it. But this is much easier. This is automatically provisioned for you, and you can just start using commands there. So let's do that for our project. So you go to the Cloud Shell. So at this point, we have got our Cloud Shell ready. It's given me an account, and I know which project this is a part of. To create a virtual machine using the command line, there is a command that you can issue, right? So the way to do that would be gcloud compute, because this is a compute instance that we're going to create. It is in the general category of compute, and now we are trying to work with instances. So we are saying gcloud compute instances. What do we want to do? We want to create an instance. The name we will give is VM in default net. Okay, so that's the name for the VM that is going to use. Where do we want to create it? Given that we created a network, a subnet in Central 1, US Central 1, we are going to create our machine in a zone within that region, right? So the region itself, the subnet spans the region, and we can create in any of these zones. So if US Central 1 is the region, then US Central 1A, 1B, 1C would be each of the zones. These are not fixed. They can be, they might sometimes miss out an A or do a B, C, D for whatever reason. So check what the zones are. You also want to indicate what kind of machine that you want provisioned for you. So I'm choosing in this case a N1 standard 1 machine. And because we have different networks, we also need to indicate which network we want this in, right? So this is going to be the default network. So we have issued that command. Let's authorize that. And while that is in progress, we can go check if it is getting provisioned. Where would that be? It would be under Compute Engine and VM instances. Okay, so it has given us some indication that it has created the machine with these details, right? As we asked for, it is going to be in US Central 1A. It is going to have the name we required, and we've got a certain machine shape or machine type. It has also given us an internal IP such that it can be accessed within the network, and also an external IP with which we can access outside the network. It is currently running, as we can see. So if we want to directly access the machine itself, one of the ways to do that is to click the SSH button, which will give us a terminal in the browser itself that allows you to run commands on that virtual machine. As we can see, now we've got our machine and we can access that machine. So there's nothing actually on this machine right now, but we can see that this is logged into VM in default net. So that is the name we get. So there is a direct way in which you can access your virtual machines from the browser itself, which is very convenient. All right, so let's close that for now, and let us look at the next part. So the next thing we should do is to check whether we can reach this virtual machine, right? Is it possible to reach this virtual machine? Okay, let's try that. How do we reach that from an external endpoint? We should ping it. So let us ping the machine at that IP address and say it is reachable. Okay, so since the Cloud Shell is within the Google Cloud Platform itself, we are seeing that it is able to access that. Let us also try it from, say, my machine. So I go into my machine. Let's hide these things that I've kept ready for now. Let's keep the top window over here, or the top window over here to work with the default machine. Okay, so we've got ping and the IP address that was there for this machine. Let us see if we can access it. The answer is yes. So in the default network, there are some defaults that allow you to access this machine fairly easily from everywhere, which is pretty cool. So at this point, we are ready to start working with this machine. We can install what we want and we can run whatever program we want. Okay, that's a good start. We have figured out that the VM is reachable. So what has been done? We have checked both from the Cloud Shell and we've also checked from a terminal, and we can see that since the machine is reachable, if we install some application on it, we should be able to also allow other users to access that application. All right, the next thing to do is to create a custom network. Let's do that. For working with the custom network, what we will do is we will go via the console. So we will not use the, we can of course do this from the terminal also, but to just make it clean and clear, let us do it from the custom net. Okay. So how do you create a virtual machine? You go into Compute Engine, you choose VM instances, and you can say create instance. Let us name this similarly as we did with the earlier one itself. Let's call this one a VM in the custom net. Let's call this VM in custom net. So custom net, let's retain the location as US Central 1 US and the zone as US Central 1A. Remember that even though this is the same region and same zone, these are going to be completely isolated networks that we are going to provision this machine. We did talk about what is a machine shape, right? So it's got so much storage, it's got so much CPU, and it's got so much network. Here is where we can choose the kind of machines that we want. Do we want machines with a different amount of memory, maybe, or different number of CPUs? That is very much possible. You could also choose machines that are more memory optimized or compute optimized. Memory optimized machines will have the ratio of memory to CPU will be larger, whereas in the cases compute optimized, the ratio of CPU to memory will be larger. For our simple example, let's just choose a very simple one. Let's say we take the N1 family of machines, and within that is N1 standard one. When these machines are created, you can also choose to say what operating system you want. By default, it has given me a Debian machine, but we can change that. We can choose other ones like say Windows or Ubuntu or Fedora or Red Hat or SQL. Many of these are free, some of these are paid. You can also create your custom base images, custom operating systems with even some pre-installed software as a part of it. When you do that, you also choose how much data, the storage that you want, right? So in our case, 10 GB is fine to start with. You're not going to do a whole lot, but larger machines will require larger amount of disk space. Say, for example, if you're setting up a database, you probably want many terabytes of data. So let's select a machine type that is good for us. Later, we intend to have HTTP traffic. So we want HTTP traffic incoming. Let's just switch that around for now. In the networking section, we need to specify where we need our machine, right? So the default value has chosen the default network, but we can change it to the custom network, which is where we want a machine. And we are also going to say, I need this machine to be accessible from outside. So I need a external IP address. By default, it's ephemeral, which means that every time you start or restart a machine, you're going to get a new IP address. If that doesn't work for you and you want a static IP address, you can choose to have that. Be careful though, because you're going to be paying for that even if you don't use a static IP address once you've allocated it. So we continue with the ephemeral. All the other things we can leave it as it is. And now let's create our machine. Okay. Now that our machine has been created, let us check, as we did with the default net, let us see whether we can log into this machine. So we click SSH and wait for it to connect. What you're seeing here is that this VM we are not able to connect to, right? So even though we've created the machine and we are trying to do a remote shell, it is not allowing you to do that, right? Even though it's got an external IP. So this is not enough. Something else needs to happen or something is being missed. Let's go figure out what that is after closing that, okay? So why did that not work? We tried from the SSH. We could have also done the same thing from the terminal. In fact, let's try that. Let's take the external IP. Let's put that in a ping. We'll use a lower one for the custom net, and we're saying, let's try to ping it. And it just says request timed out. So clearly this machine is not reachable. Something is missing over here. What is happening is that when we do this, a custom network by default, and any network actually, has what is called a firewall. In the case of the default network also there was a firewall, but there were some firewall ports that were open, some protocols that are open that allowed you to access all the basic things, right? So default network sets some defaults that are convenient to start working with. But when you create your own network, these are not done for you, right? So you need to set it yourself. This indicates that when you're working with Google Cloud and setting up these virtual machines, you have got multiple levels of security, some of which where you have the responsibility of managing. If you work with software as a service, say for example something like Gmail, right? You obviously need to take care of your own access policies and content, right? You should not be putting a weak password in there. And all the other things are managed by Google for you. Whereas what we're doing now is we are working with infrastructure as a service. We are choosing infrastructure. We're saying, give me this machine, give me that machine. You don't do that when you work with Gmail, right? You don't, when you're accessing Gmail, the first thing you say is not, oh, you know what, run this on an N1 standard machine. You don't do that, right? It is automatically done for you. But when you're managing your own machines, it becomes part of your responsibility to take care of all the things that are in the green section here, including what is called network security, right? So we're not going to go into all of them. Let's just look at network security as one example. Just within network security itself, there are multiple layers and multiple options, right? So this shows the amount of importance given to security within Google Cloud. Security itself percolates every part of the system, and understanding how this works is very important to being safe and secure on the cloud. So let us next do the step of opening that firewall. As we said, the custom network has no defaults. It is not allowing anything. So it is for us now to go set some things to allow us to connect to this network. Cool. Let's go in there. Let's choose our cloud. And the way we can get to firewall is through network and then firewall. As you can see here, the default net already has multiple options or firewalls, firewall options that are set to allow traffic to come in. The My Custom Net Allow HTTP is automatically created for us because we clicked that checkbox saying, hey, you know what, allow HTTP into this, right? But this is clearly not enough. There is something else that is required. So what is that? Let's create a firewall rule and open that. So this, let us call it My Custom Net Allow ICMP, SSH and HTTP. And what we will do is we will open those accordingly. The network we want this to apply to is My Custom Net, and we can let the priority be 1000. What are the target machines to which this applies? So you can specifically choose machines that say these particular firewall rules only apply to these one or two machines, but not the other machine. In our case, just to simplify it, we'll say, you know what, allow all instances in the network to have these properties. The next thing is a source filter, which says one was a target, right? Like what machines can be accessed. Now the other part of the question is which machines can initiate this access. So what are the source machines? We are going to make this very permissive for now and say any machine on the internet can make this. So the way you say this is using a CIDR notation, which is 0000/0, which says any machine on the internet can access it. Within that, what protocols are allowed? Okay. SSH, which is a remote shell, that uses the port number 22. Typically, AT is open as a HTTP port. But in a later example that I have written, I have specifically chosen the port number 8081. So I need to specifically open 8081 if that is where I'm going to serve my application from. The other thing that I want right now is to be able to ping the machine. So to ping the machine, the protocol that you require is ICMP, and that doesn't have a port requirement. So with that now, we create that firewall rule, and that firewall rule, as we said earlier, applies to the custom net. So once that is created, let us now see if we can access our machine anymore. Okay, so there is the compute instances. We already have the IP addresses for what it was, and let's try to ping it. So we try to ping it for my local machine, and it is still not working. So let's give it a moment. All right. I'm wondering if I did something wrong at this point. So the way to check this, ideally that should have worked if I had set it correctly. Let us ping it again from here and see if that will work. 48 is the right one. Okay, so that works, but it is not working from outside. It might have been a little bit of a delay. Oh, wait, hold on. I was trying to ping the wrong one. What was that other number? Cool. I don't know what machine that was. Okay, so I should be able to ping it now, and it works. Okay. All right. So with that done, where are we on our journey? So we have now opened the firewall. We have enabled ping, and we've also enabled the secure shell, and we are able to access that. So if we have enabled the secure shell, we should now be able to also click here and go into that machine. Okay, this is good now. So we have got our machine in the custom net also accessible. So that's great. Okay, so our machine set up, our network is set up. Now what we can do is we can work with our web application. Cool. So let's close this for now, and we'll reopen it when we want. Now both our machines are accessible in the default network and the custom net, and either this way also it will be accessible. The next thing we should do is to write and deploy a small cloud application. All right. So I have already got some part of this application ready. The application is very simple, right? All it does is start a web server using listen and serve at port number 8081. And if a request is received at the root of the URL, it is going to route that request to this function called hello. And in hello, we are going to print a message on the local command line, and we are also going to send back a response to the client. So if it was a curl request or a request from a web browser, we're going to send back saying hello DevFest 2020. Very simple application written in Go. The way you can build this, even though I'm working on a Mac, using Go, it is very easy to cross compile it. So the way I do that is by saying, with the target operating system as Linux, build this and create an executable for me called my web server. With that application locally available, I'm going to upload it into the two virtual machines that we created. So I'm going to keep my default machine on the left, and I'm going to keep my custom machine on the right. So we've got those two, and we'll have that open up. Now that our machines are here, let us now upload the executable. Now this wouldn't be how we normally do this. There are better ways in which we can manage the automatic and secure deployment app applications. But since it's a simple example, let us just go with this. Okay, so at this point, both our virtual machines, the one in the default network, VM and default net, and the VM and custom net, have both received the file that we uploaded. We need to make this into an executable, so let's just make that the executable like this, and let's do the same thing on the other machine also. Okay, so we've done that. At this point, we should be able to start these two. So we'll start one on the default, and we'll start another one on the custom network. Right? So both these servers are now listening. If this is the case and these machines are accessible, we should be able to ping it from any machine. So let's do that now. Let's go back into our command line terminal and try to access that. Okay. So the way we can do this is we can say curl with HTTP, give the port, the IP address, and send in at 8081. So when we do this, it should now reach that machine and give you back a response. So let us see if that will happen. So as you can see now, this does not allow for 8081 to be accessed. Now the question is why? Okay, so as we can see, for the VM in the default net, by default it did not allow HTTP traffic, and therefore let us enable that and save it back. Okay, when you go back to the machine, you can see that now that it also gives you the symbol to indicate, hey, you know what, HTTP, or you can open something there at some browser endpoint. In our case, since we already have something running there, and now that we've enabled 8081, we should be able to access it properly. So let's do that, and we can see that it works. So it's received the request from a machine, and it has also responded with something. Let's do the same thing for the one on the client, on the custom net also. So we've got that IP address anyway. And we're going to come in here and we're going to say curl HTTP, and it was at port 8081. Okay, perfect. So immediately we got back a response saying hello DevFest 2020. So what we have right now, therefore, is this. We have created a Hello World cloud application. We have deployed it to both these machines. And we've been able to access that from any computer in the world. And this is just one computer. If you tried it from yours also, it would work. Now that we have this app running, we've used all these resources like the CPU and the storage and all of that. The next thing to consider at a core when you're working with the cloud itself is what about the cost? When you work with fixed assets where you buy the computer right at the beginning, you pay the full price, then you don't really bother about how long is it running, right? Whereas in the case of rented resources, say like for example in the cloud, you need to care about how much it is going to cost you, right? You can't have this unnecessarily running away with a huge amount of cost. So the way you can figure out how much using these machines is going to cost is by using the pricing calculator. So let's look at the pricing calculator for Google Cloud. The pricing calculator for Google Cloud allows you to set values for the kind of resources we are likely to use and then find out the cost on that. So if you're working with, say, instances, I'm going to say I need 3 instances. I need 3 instances that I'm working with. The typical OS, the regular kind of machine class, the general purpose N1 machine is fine. I would like about one 375 GB SSD. That's what I'd like to have. And this is going to run in US Central 1. Maybe I'm not going to run it all hours of the day. Maybe just during work hours and maybe only during the week. So I can give these specifics and say, how much is it going to cost me? So when I add it to the estimate, it will tell me that, hey, you know what, with this kind of a machine shape, this kind of a machine configuration running for this amount of time, you're going to pay approximately $40 per month. Yeah. Even other things, if you want to add additional storage, say for example, I have SSD provision space, I need an extra 100 GB, let's add that to the estimate. If we want to use any specific TPUs, right, which are like a GPU, right, it does allows you to do a lot of AI, ML and all of that easily. That costs you a different amount, and you can figure out how much it is going to cost you. When choosing networking, typically data coming in or ingress is free, but egress is charged. So for example, let us say in this case, we're saying I expect to have about 100 gigabytes of data. in which case you can add that to the estimate, right? So with this, if you're talking to your management, if you're trying to budget for how much is going to be used, with this kind of a configuration with some CPU, some storage, some networking, here is the expected cost that we are going to pay per month, right? So this helps you plan and prepare for the bill at the end of the month. So we've seen the pricing calculator, and on an ongoing basis, you can also look at the billing part, the billing section within your Google Cloud Console to figure out how much you are spending. And there are various things you can do in there, including breaking down the cost and see which projects are using a lot of the spend, which resources are using, are they costing more. You can also set budgets and alerts, which is very useful and interesting because it allows you to, on an ongoing basis, be notified of how much of your budget is being used. In this example, small application that I ran for a short time, you can see that I incurred a certain amount of increasing cost for a few months before I shut down this application. So there's a lot of information with respect to ensuring you stay within your budget. Now, what we saw was infrastructure as service, right? You are setting up the machine. You are using, you're saying, I want so much CPU, I want so much storage. Another way to use services within Google Cloud are what are called managed services, right? Google manages all of it for you, and you don't need to bother about setting up individual machines. And this is a service that even you provide. When you create your application and serve it to your customer, they are not going to set up machines. You are, but not them. And what you give them as an effective cost, the same way that Google is going to give you an effective cost for some managed service like BigQuery, is going to be a combination of the things that we learned today. Right? So mostly this is going to be a sum or cumulative of the cost for how much CPU allocated, how much storage you have used or you have provisioned and you've allocated for yourself, how much RAM you've provisioned, how much network you're using, what is the amount of data that is going out, and of course, if you're using any particular security tools. Most of the security related tools that are there by default are free, but there could be some that are costed. On top of that, of course, there could be a charge for the software itself that you provide. For example, when you write the software, apart from the cost that Google charges you, you're going to put in the cost of your effort and your profit and pass that on to the customer. But this is essentially how it builds up, right? From the bottom up, starting with CPU and storage and RAM and network, it builds up into what becomes the effective cost. So in a quick recap, what are the core cloud components? When setting up the very basis of all compute, right, which is the input, processing, and output, which includes storage, compute, memory, those become the basics that you always need. And of course, in our particular case, what we did was we just had the boot disk, but usually you want a place for storing data that is persistent, so that even if the machine goes down and comes back up, you need to ensure that the data is still there, right? Say, for example, databases, right? You need that to be always there. And those are typical outside storage, outside the VM, and you choose that separately. And that's, of course, a very important part. Networking is what brings all of these together. And throughout anything that you do, you need to ensure that security is very good. And as part of security, you set access permissions, right? So we gave some access permissions, for example, with respect to which protocol can, which protocol can come through and access a particular machine. Like that, there are a lot of different things in identity and access management, right? Which user can use it? What permissions can they have? And overall, all of this wraps up into the cost. How much are you going to pay? And so we saw a little bit about the cost management itself. So in this session, your learnings have been these things, right? We identified what are the cloud components and the hierarchy they have, going from the bottom up, building up from the core part of the machine to the to zones and regions and data centers. And then there is a logical layer like the networks and the virtual machines, which are abstracted above the actual hardware. We established some network access and a certain level of security. Then, as an example, we created and deployed a cloud application. And for all of this, we investigated the pricing and cost control. So with that, I stop here, but for you, there is more coming up. After this session, there is going to be Cloud 102 and Cloud 201 and 301. The next one's going to be taken by Dharmesh and Shilpa, which is going to take you into the next stage where you've got all these applications or these applications you've created. Now that you've understood the core part, how do you go deploy them at scale? So please do come back for that. That will be an amazing session too. Meanwhile, I'll sign off. My name is Satish Vijay. I'm a developer expert on Google Cloud, and I also have a channel on YouTube called Awesome GCP. Wish you the very best on your cloud journey.
Woohoo! Wasn't that something? What a great feedback coming up in the chat. Pranay, do you think that cloud computing has been a large factor in bringing in IoT and AI in our daily lives?
Absolutely. Cloud computing powers the modern world around us. Machine learning or smart variables would not have been possible in a world without cloud computing. Also, have you wondered that it's easier to start a startup today or an online startup today than it was 20 years ago due to the reduced operational cost to simply get started? I can tell you this from my personal experience. I was working for a large enterprise that had an on-premises setup. To simply get a server working, they had to wait for 6 months to get it started, load everything, to procure it. The cycle was entirely long. With cloud computing, that is no more the case. It can be easily said that cloud computing has revolutionized the world as we know it and has enabled digital transformation for large enterprises and mom and pop stores alike. I would definitely suggest reaching out to a local GTG cloud community to get started, or if you're looking for a career in cloud computing.
आप startup वाले हो क्या? So well, okay. Here comes the time for quiz, and it is our fourth and last quiz for the day. You know very well how to attempt the quiz, but let me tell you this again for clarity. We have provided the Google form link in the chat section. You have to open that link and submit your answers. Please make sure that your login email ID is the same email ID through which you registered. You are requested to answer the questions within 5 minutes. And we have some amazing swags for you, DevFest t-shirts, mugs, and stickers. So hurry up and go to the form.
I hope you liked the questions. I hope you did answer them all. We will announce the winners of the today's quizzes by tomorrow at 4 p.m. So stay tuned and catch you tomorrow.
And now comes the time for all of you to take some rest and come with more energy and enthusiasm tomorrow. Thank you everyone for joining us from all around India. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers, Ms. Shweta Bhatt, Savi Jain, Sagar Viradia, Akanshi Srivastav, Srashti Jain, Varsha Jaiswal, and Satish for delivering such amazing and insightful sessions.
We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 4 p.m. IST for our second day of DevFest India, where we will be having some amazing sessions on ML, mobile, Flutter, web, and cloud by again some very awesome speakers and our own community leaders.
So till then, keep learning, keep growing, and keep helping others. See you there. Stay safe. Have a good night. Here's me and Pranay signing off. Goodbye.
Bye.